You see it right there at 4:30. We're taking you live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, and Towson. As this morning, we are weather alert. Lots of rain will be moving through the region this weekend, starting tonight due to a potential tropical cyclone. The storm has a chance of strengthening to a tropical storm, which has the eastern shore of Maryland posting warnings. And stay with Fox 45 all weekend long as we have live team coverage on this tropical system from the studio to the beach. Olivia Dance will be traveling to Ocean City to bring the weather conditions live to you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Friday, September 22nd. I'm Tom Rogers. Megan Gillen is off today, and we want to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, looking at the forecast as we are weather alert.
Yeah, Tom, we've been tracking this system pretty much all week now, and now the National Hurricane Center is saying that it is a potential tropical cyclone that will be moving up into the Carolina coast and then into our region as early as tomorrow morning. So that's why we are weather alert, not for today, but obviously for Saturday's storm. Heavy rain and wind. That's going to be the big thing that we'll be dealing with here, right here in central Maryland, as well as on the eastern shore, where we could see some coastal flooding that is possible. So here's a look at the HD radar right now. This thing got organized yesterday. Again, still not a tropical system, but you can actually see that just off the coast south of North Carolina there, where we're seeing a little bit more of that circulation. And we're still seeing some of that cloud cover here, but we already have tropical storm warnings, as Tom mentioned, up and down the eastern shore, Salisbury out toward Ocean City, all the way down through southern parts of Maryland and the Chesapeake as well. Even storm surge warnings, gale watches, all sorts of the alerts to let you know what's going on with this system that's rolling in. So temperatures this morning for us are mainly in the 50s and a few lower 60s. Actually, some more cloud cover has rolled in. We saw that yesterday, and that's what we're going to be dealing with here for today. Your morning drive, no issues today. Mid to upper 50s, everything looking good, and our temperatures will top out in the mid to upper 70s for this afternoon. Again, we'll take a closer look and track this system, let you know all the impacts that it could have on you coming up in just a bit.
All right, thank you, Justin. This morning, all eyes on Baltimore's future as the Oversight Committee votes to confirm Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley and Acting Fire Chief James Wallace. To make their positions official, the next step is a full City Council vote, followed by a swearing-in ceremony. After 3 months as Acting Commissioner for the police, Worley has his sights set on what's next for his department.
It's important that we work together in building on the current successes, but also work on to address our many shortcomings and our many challenges that we still have to achieve.
Now, some residents are frustrated over last night's outcome, which gives lingering questions about Worley's time as acting commissioner and the department's reputation. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with more on last night's confirmation hearing and some of the community's frustration. Turning now to the ongoing carjacking and auto theft crisis in Anne Arundel County. Police say a woman was carjacked by a group of children. After driving them to Baltimore City, she says she pulled out a knife on the suspects. The carjacking happening right outside the Giant in Glen Burnie Wednesday night. The woman told police that she was in the parking lot of the grocery store when 4 or 5 juveniles demanded money and a ride to Baltimore. Once they arrived in Baltimore, the victim told police she pulled out her knife to defend herself, and the kids ran. The incident comes just a day after Fox 45 News heard concerns about current juvenile justice laws on the books from Carroll County Sheriff.
If you can't listen to the people that are doing this day in and day out, who are you going to listen to? Our advice was that you're going to see a spike in juvenile crime, and it's only going to get progressively worse.
Now, witnesses to the Anne Arundel County incident describing the oldest suspect as looking to be about 14 years of age. Police say the youngest suspect not even old enough for middle school. Neither the victim nor the suspects were hurt. Car thefts are on the rise in Baltimore County. Car thefts are up more than 175% this year, and police say juveniles are largely responsible for the surge. Chief Robert McCullough says that adults are sometimes taking advantage of juvenile justice laws, knowing children are less likely to be charged for stealing vehicles.
They are choosing the kid under age 13 to be the driver. So we have 11-year-olds with no license, no training, driving these stolen cars.
Even if your vehicle is not stolen, you could end up feeling this impact. Experts say auto thefts are fueling a nationwide rise in your insurance rates. Baltimore City drivers typically pay about 10% more to have their vehicles insured compared to neighboring counties. This year, the number is closer to 20%. Fox 45 News speaking with a local insurance broker who says having comprehensive coverage is the only way to make sure drivers are fully reimbursed.
We are definitely seeing an increase in auto thefts over the past couple of years. Unfortunately, in a lot of cases, some of our clients do only have liability. So in those cases, they don't have coverage. Some of the time the vehicles are recovered. Other times the vehicles are involved in accidents or just never recovered.
Now, if you have a stolen vehicle story or know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, Fox 45 News wants to hear about it. Scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. Tell us what happened. Or you can send us an email about what happened to news@foxbaltimore.com. Problems continuing in Howard County despite adjusted start times for schools after the break. The issue parents are now seeing as they're just trying to get their students to school on time. And this morning, we're weather alert as the next weather maker is moving closer to the Baltimore region. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the tropical system that it's coming from. Taking a quick look at your Len Stoller traffic network as you see some of the area roads are wide open. No major issues at all to report. 4:36, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local, all
Weather alert day here continues. We're tracking the system for tomorrow. So we're weather alert now, letting you know about Saturday, not for today. We are going to start to see the impacts of this potential tropical cyclone that is moving up the coast. Will be more than likely making landfall as that system, whether or not it's a tropical system or not, in North Carolina later tonight, and then moving into our region by tomorrow morning. So that's when we're going to see the heaviest rain and that wind as well. We've got warnings up and down the eastern shore and down to the southern part of Maryland and the mouth of the Chesapeake all the way down through Virginia Beach. Those tropical storm warnings, which go all the way until early next week. They'll be allowed to expire as we get this storm out of here by Sunday. Either way, we'll continue to track that, let you know exactly what's going on with that and the rest of your forecast information for today and the weekend ahead. A lot of things planned, obviously. Ravens game coming up on Sunday and the first weekend of fall as well.
All right, thank you, Justin. New details this morning as the problems continue in Howard County despite new public school start times beginning this week. School system trying to allow more time for buses to complete their routes, but just one day after those new start times, one bus was canceled without any warning. Parents saying they received a message to make alternate arrangements, but they were not notified until after the school day began. Other parents claiming their early bus routes caused their children to be dropped off before the school doors even open.
So it's not clear to me that that change on Wednesday was helpful, and we're still having bus problems. So we clearly still need to find solutions and ways to make this work for the community.
The Howard County public school system says moving forward, drivers have been told to keep their kids on the bus until someone is available to watch them. As for the last-minute cancellation, a spokesperson for Zoom Bus Company says it was an isolated issue. Zoom releasing an update yesterday stating that their new start times have improved the transportation service. However, parents who spoke out during last night's school board meeting disagree, stating that new start times are not a good solution. They point to disruptions in their own schedules and children being left outside before the school doors open, as we shared. Some even calling for a new superintendent.
It's not ideal to have a large group of students standing outside with so few adults. It seems like we are trading one problem for another and that the changes are made without considering downstream effects.
We need consequences for incompetence. We need accountability now. The school board should be asking legal counsel if the superintendent can be fired for cause or used within another capacity at HCPSS.
Now, Fox 45 News will continue following the problems surrounding the bus service in Howard County. We'll keep you updated both on air and right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. President Biden making his case for re-election, heard at a Hispanic Heritage Month event. Still to come, what he's highlighting from his current administration and his plans for the future. Orioles coming off yet another tough loss as they are just one game closer to the playoffs. Coming up, a look at what they have to do to claim the AL East title. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's news now. The same lawmakers wasting your taxpayer dollars are now debating government funding. We're tracking wasteful government spending this morning on the National Desk. America's news now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekday mornings from 6 to 9. 4:42 is the time. You're taking a great shot here over the Inner Harbor of Baltimore. And this Friday morning, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning. 4:45, the Orioles taking on Cleveland Guardians again tonight. First pitch 7:10 for the second night in a row. The team suffering a tough loss. Last night kicked off their 4-game series in Cleveland. Sadly, the O's did not secure the win. Guardians ended up winning it 5-2. Good news, the O's loss did not knock them out of the running to bring home the AL East title but the Rays are getting a little bit closer. Last night, Tampa Bay took the win over the Angels. Their final score 5-4. But the O's lost, the Rays win, the Birds still lead in the AL East, but it's now down to 1.5 games. You see the 1.5, and the O's magic number to win the division still remains at 7. They only have 9 more games to go for the regular season. Tampa Bay has 8, and look at the Yankees and the Red Sox, 18 games back. That's pitiful. We want to see how you are cheering on the O's this season. Chime in for your favorite photos and videos through the WBFF app. You can scan that code right there on your screen to get started. It's all powered by Stackla. Let's talk football, college football. You can catch right here on Fox 45 tomorrow, starting at 10. Big noon kickoff, bringing you everything you need to know about college football from Big 12 to Big 10 to Pac-12 conferences, which none of those numbers really mean anything anymore. I mean, Pac, 18 now? At noon, Oklahoma and Cincinnati will be going head-to-head in Ohio. Then at 3:30, UCLA, Utah face off, followed by Oregon State and Washington State at 7. And to close out college football this Saturday, USC and Arizona State kicking off at 10:30. Then stay with us for Fox 45 for NFL football this Sunday. Starting at 11, NFL kickoff coverage. Then at 1, New Orleans Saints, Green Bay Packers kicking off in Wisconsin. Chicago Bears, Kansas City Chiefs follow them up for their kickoff at 4:25. KC, I think, should have this one at home. We need to, I know. It's after last week, you're going, KC should have dominated. Now you're like, maybe.
Yeah, see what happens. So obviously, the focus is what's going on with this system. We've been tracking it all week, Tom.
We're definitely getting rain, though, at some point this week.
100%. Yeah, we're getting rain and wind, too. Yeah. That's the big thing. This is what I was talking about yesterday when the system was still kind of getting organized. Now, again, it is still not a tropical storm. We have some of the latest indications from the National Hurricane Center that it will become a tropical storm sometime today. That'll be Ophelia will be the next named storm, as Nigel is no longer with us, and it is going to be the storm that is going to bring some heavy rain and wind. That is why we're weather alert for tomorrow. Coastal flooding will be possible. We'll have a lot of wind and rain right here at home in Baltimore, so that is why we are weather alert. Let's take a look at that HD radar where this system is. You can see this ridge of high pressure that we've had for the last couple of days, which has made things very nice. Well, that's going to continue to slide to the north and to the east. Now we're going to pick up this next weather maker. There it is right there, kind of the center of that system, still off the coast of the Carolinas, and it is seeing a little bit more in the way of that circulation, that kind of more organization with that storm system that we were talking about. We already have those tropical storm warnings that have been posted up and down the eastern shore, especially for our friends there in Worcester and Wicomico County, all the way down through the southern mouth of the Chesapeake. And then we've got the gale warnings as well right here in the Chesapeake. This basically goes all the way until early Sunday morning. So there's going to be a lot of wind on the water. Will not be a day where you want to be out on the water tomorrow or even outside, period, because we've got this storm system here. Now, I didn't get to pause points in there. We'll fix that. But this is potential tropical cyclone 16. Currently, max winds about 50 miles an hour with some gusts of 65. So this thing is going to make a run at the Carolina coast early Saturday morning, and then move right up into our region, more than likely still as a potential tropical depression by the time it's over us on Sunday. So let's show you what's going on with our future scan. Could see a few showers, kind of the outer bands late tonight, but more than likely the heaviest rain is coming in early on Saturday morning. This is what we're talking about, and also that wind that is going to be with us. Look at this, about 9-10 o'clock tomorrow morning. You'll start to see some more of that rain rolling in, and this is really the heaviest rain right now. The models are saying about 2-3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, where we'll see the heaviest rain that will be moving through. That wind is going to be picking up from the north and the northeast as well, and still seeing those showers that are kind of hanging around through the latter part of Saturday into Sunday. This is the latest on in terms of our rainfall totals. Some of us about 1 to 2 inches. Could see some higher amounts, especially down toward the coast, but either way, We're all going to get in on this rain, but here's the wind. This is this afternoon. Look at that, 4 o'clock this afternoon, that northeasterly and easterly wind at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. Watch what happens as we go forward into Saturday, and you can see how kind of the oranges there, where the 20 and 30 and 35 mile an hour winds will be strongest. That's the low right there to the south. So that's when we're really going to see that wind pick up on Saturday afternoon. That might actually be more of an issue than the rain will be. Rise and shine cast for today on your Friday. Upper 50s for the next couple of hours. We're looking good. That sun comes up at 6:54. We'll be mostly cloudy throughout the day today, and our temperatures in the low to mid 70s for your Friday. So enjoy one more last dry day before things change up for the weekend. And that is, again, why we are weather alert. You can see that weather alert day right there on Saturday. So we're letting you know about it today. 77 today. We're only going to get to the 60s tomorrow. Probably some leftover showers and some wind for that Ravens game on Sunday. So not the best conditions, but it is football. It's all good. And then as we get into next week, we will dry out nicely right as the O's come back to town on Tuesday night. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a quick look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network. And besides a power outage on a small road up there right out near Northeast, everyone else, you're looking wide open. No issues to report at this time on major roads anywhere around Baltimore region. For a check of your mass transit, we have Mark Jones on this Friday morning. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got train 505 on the Penn line and Penn 403 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of BART look good for the commute start. Light Rail Link has a 10 to 15-minute delay at present, so certainly allow time for travel there. Metro Subway Link on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The crisis at the border continues in the South. How the government is reacting to the recently called state of emergency for a small Texas town. Republican David McCormick officially puts his name into the hat for U.S. Senate in Pennsylvania. How he announced his run and why he's taking aim at President Joe Biden. 4:52, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all 4:54, making your headlines this Friday morning as we take you live to New York, where a bus crash turns deadly while transporting high schoolers to band camp in Pennsylvania. Yesterday afternoon, 2 adults were killed, including the band director and a retired teacher. Look at the video here. 5 students were hospitalized, and they are in critical condition. Dozens others hurt. It appears a flat tire in the front of the bus led to this crash on 84, sending the bus tumbling down the steep median. State's governor saying that many of the students were freshmen.
No one could have foreseen what these 40 students and 4 adults would have experienced, but certainly there are families grieving today. So let's keep them in our prayers this evening and as they recover from this horrific, traumatic experience.
Bus one of 6 carrying students from Farmingdale High School in Long Island to a camp in northern Pennsylvania. Bus crashing about 30 miles away from their destination. Students on the other buses returning to New York. Turning now to Texas, where a police officer is dead after being struck in a possible hit and run. This happening early Thursday in southeast Dallas. A large number of law enforcement officers gathering outside the hospital for the body of Arlington officer Darren McMichael. Was taken to the Dallas County Medical Examiner's office. McMichael was on his way to work on his police motorcycle when he was killed. Police say he fell off of his motorcycle after he bumped the car that was in front of him. That's when an SUV ran over the officer, and then that SUV took off. Police are now searching for the driver. Taking you live now to the White House this Friday morning. It is defending its immigration policies amid an influx of migrants at the southern border. Eagle Pass, Texas is under the state of emergency. Nearly 6,000 migrants crossing illegally from Mexico to the U.S. within 2 days. Places like El Paso and Del Rio also seeing a surge with encounters. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the administration is taking steps to address the issue, but emphasizes Congress must also come to an agreement.
As you know, the president has taken action upon action to try and deal what is happening at the border, historic action, without the help of Congress. And so we have asked over and over again to do this in a bipartisan way.
House says it's sending 800 active duty military troops to the border, adding 2,500 National Guard members already serving there. Turning now to your election 2024 headlines. President Joe Biden making his case for re-election at the country's premier Hispanic Heritage Month event. Now, there he touted his administration's policies, highlighting investments in Latino communities and businesses, as well as economic agenda, dubbed Bidenomics. The president also laying out his platform to reform immigration, renewing his pledge to defend Dreamers.
I'm going to keep using every tool at my disposal as President of the United States to preserve and protect DACA, keep fighting for Dreamers, and build a safe, orderly, humane immigration system.
Well, Wednesday, the president expanded the temporary protected status program to cover recent Venezuelan arrivals, granting nearly 500,000 migrants eligibility. Actually, it's up to 750,000 migrants for deportation protections and giving them work permits. Republican David McCormick is officially launching his second bid for U.S. Senate in Pennsylvania. McCormick is vying for a chance to face incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey in 2024. It will likely be a closely watched race with control of the Senate potentially at stake for Democrats. So far, the GOP primary field is clear. McCormick announced his run at an event in Pittsburgh just last night, really, taking aim at both Casey and President Biden.
Under the failed leadership of Joe Biden, America's in decline. Economically, militarily, spiritually.
McCormick lost his last year's Republican primary, to heart surgeon Dr. Mehmet Oz, who was backed by former President Trump. Oz was defeated in November's election by Democrat John Fetterman.
We are in weather alert mode, tracking the potential tropical cyclone that will have impacts up and down the state of Maryland and right here at home. We'll talk about it coming up.
Car thefts continue to plague Baltimore City streets and beyond. Coming up, how acting police commissioner Richard Worley is responding to this crisis.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you. Taking live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, Towson, as we're on weather alert this morning. There's lots of rain moving into the region this weekend due to a potential tropical cyclone. This storm has the chance of strengthening to a tropical storm, which has the eastern shore and most of Maryland posting warnings.
Well, thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, September 22nd. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get off with that weather alert. Meteorologist Justin Chambers explaining why we're under weather alert.
Yeah, exactly right. We're talking about that storm that's coming in for tomorrow, and most of those warnings are all on the eastern shore, so not the entire state seeing those warnings, but we're tracking Saturday's storm with the heavy rain and wind that could see some coastal flooding and a lot of wind and rain for us right here at home. That is that next weather maker we've been tracking all week. This is it on the HD radar. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center, still as a potential tropical cyclone 16. If it does become an actual tropical storm, it will be named Ophelia, but that is it right there in the center of your screen, basically south of the North Carolina coast. That is continuing to see a little bit more organization with 50-mile-an-hour sustained winds. So notice the tropical storm warnings. These are what we're talking about, pretty much the entire southern half of the state and out toward the eastern shore. We've got gale warnings up and down the Chesapeake as well for tomorrow. Numbers right now are in the 50s, 55 in Westminster and Bel Air, 54 Cockeysville, 59 in Baltimore City. So your morning drive looking like this, upper 50s and lower 60s for the next couple of hours. Really no issues today. The wind is going to pick up as we get later into this afternoon. That's ahead of that next weather maker coming in. But overall today, one more dry day before the rain and wind rolls in tomorrow. We'll break all of this down throughout the course of the morning right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take another look at your Lynn-Stoller traffic network. And some of the cameras around the Baltimore region, you see there was some debris that was picked up on the outer loop, 695, right when 83 comes in and joins it. If you're traveling southbound there on 83, they've already cleaned that up. Everybody else, you're moving along without any issue.
Continuing coverage this morning, all eyes are on Baltimore's future as the Oversight Committee comes to a confirming Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley and the Acting Fire Chief James Wallace to make their positions official. This is the next step for a full city council vote. It'll be followed by a swearing in. And then after 3 months as acting commissioner, Worley has his sights set on what's next for BPD.
It's important that we work together in building on the current successes, but also work on to address our many shortcomings and our many challenges that we still have to achieve.
Now, some residents, they're frustrated over this recent outcome, which gives lingering questions about Worley's time as acting police commissioner and the department's reputation. Olivia Dan joining us live this morning with more on that confirmation hearing and the community, some of the community's frustration. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Tom. This matter now moves to the full city council for a final vote, and that's happening October 2nd. But this morning, acting police commissioner Richard Worley is now one step closer to becoming the permanent leader of the Baltimore Police Department here. Now, during city council's rules and legislative oversight committee meeting last night, the 6 committee members voted unanimously to confirm Worley's nomination. Worley is Mayor Brandon Scott's nominee to permanently lead BPD after stepping in when former Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down, abruptly announcing his resignation back in June. But opposition came during last night's public comments.
It's not that we don't trust him. We don't trust you. You haven't informed us enough. You haven't made us a part of the process. You act as if we don't care or our opinion doesn't matter.
Worley also faced many questions from city council members, including how he will deal with bad cops. Worley said adding body-worn cameras is one step the department has taken to ensure integrity. And when speaking on why he got the vote, take a listen to what he said.
They know who I am. They know I'm straightforward. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I told them at the beginning of the Brooklyn day that we could have done better. That's just the way I've done things. I'm not going to say, if we make a mistake, I'm going to put it out there. We made a mistake, we have to fix it.
As you just heard, Worley referencing the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting, the Baltimore Police Department releasing an after-action report admitting it made mistakes. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Olivia, 504 now, one resident spoke out against Worley's nomination, bringing up that Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the emotional testimony from Crystal Gonzalez during a hearing on the shooting earlier this month. Now, Gonzalez is the mother of Aaliyah Gonzalez, one of the 2 victims who were killed in the early morning hours of July 2nd. A resident said if council confirms Worley, they would fail the Gonzalez's family.
You are obviously disrespecting Ms. Gonzalez, who lost her daughter in Brooklyn Homes when nobody responded, when Foxtrot knew. when 911 calls were going out, when people knew what was going on.
Now he's referencing Gonzalez's testimony where she expressed her frustration with BPD's response to the shooting. That includes the 911 calls made about the party earlier the night and in the Foxtrot flying overhead while officers reported everything looked normal.
Knowing that Foxtrot, I now know the name, a helicopter who's hundreds of feet in the air, will tell you as they look down from hundreds of feet in the air that everything looks normal. What's your normal? I challenge you, what is your normal?
Now, during multiple hearings, Worley told city council members his department ignored warning signs and could have done more to prevent the shooting. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you blame police leadership for the Brooklyn Day mass shooting? So far, 93% of people who have voted say no. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
During the confirmation hearing, city council members were asking Worley about the rise in auto thefts in Baltimore City. We're talking nearly 8,000 cars have been stolen in Baltimore this year. Add in the carjackings, and that's well above that. From the 9th through the 16th of this month, 292 vehicles were stolen. That's more than 41 thefts per day. Many city leaders say that Kia and Hyundais need security updates after an online trend revealed how easy it is to steal them. Worley says those vehicles make up a small percentage of the total that are stolen.
Hyundais and Kias are only about 33% of the stolen autos. It's another 67% of other vehicles that are being stolen. And what we're finding is that we continue to arrest young people over and over again for these stolen autos. So that's the biggest push, is that we have to hold the young people accountable.
Again, Worley said those cars represent only a third of all the cars stolen in Baltimore. However, that goes against what we've heard from Mayor Brandon Scott in the past. He's put the blame on car companies.
We know that auto thefts has been up not just in Baltimore but around the country. We know that it's been driven by a defect in Honda and Kias, and just one of our efforts of trying to prevent that is doing this a wheel lock giveaway or club giveaway, as we would say back in the day.
Well, the city is in part of a lawsuit against Kia and Hyundai because of that. Fox 45 News has heard some pushback, including from car theft victims who say city leaders need to focus more on the people who are stealing the cars rather than the car companies. If you have a stolen car story or know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Scan that QR code you see right there on the screen. Tell us what happened. Or if you don't like the QR codes, you can send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com.
James Wallace officially confirmed as the city's next fire chief. Council members questioned Wallace about EMS response times and how the department, or he will be scheduled to be confirmed. The department handles fires and vacant homes, among other things. The hearing lasted less than an hour and ended in a unanimous vote to confirm him. Again, the nominations for Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley and Acting Fire Chief James Wallace now go to the full City Council for a final vote. The next City Council meeting is October 2nd. Fox 45 News is continuing to follow this and keep you updated on the process here on air and online.
As juvenile crime rages on across the state, one defense attorney now speaking out why she claims in the long run the juvenile justice laws are hurting our kids.
We're on weather alert tracking our potential tropical cyclone that's going to be bringing a lot of wind and rain to our area, and especially out toward the eastern shore. We'll be breaking it down all morning for you right here on Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:11 is your time right now on our weather alert day. We're tracking that potential tropical cyclone that is going to be bringing a lot of wind and rain to our region, and especially toward the eastern shore. There it is right there on your screen. Still getting organized with 50-mile-an-hour winds that is in the center of the storm. Those are sustained winds. We've seen gusts of 65 already, but it is still not a named tropical storm. Got a lot of that warm water there to the south, but as it gets into the cooler water, we expect that thing to weaken, especially as it gets over land over the next couple of days. So lower 50s in western Maryland for your temperatures right now. 55 Westminster, 54 in Bel Air. We've dropped to 59 in Baltimore. Not a bad morning for the final day of summer. And if you are out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, numbers will stay in the mid to upper 50s. Overall mild conditions. So not really an issue with rain today, but the rain and wind will be an issue for all of us for tomorrow. We'll continue to track that and give you the latest update coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Still to come this morning on the early edition, we are bringing you the latest on the United Auto Workers strike, what needs to be accomplished by noon.
And the Orioles come off yet another tough loss as they're just one game closer to the playoffs. Coming up, look at what they'll have to do to claim that ALC East title. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all
.15 on this Friday morning. Now to your Sports Unlimited news. Really cool moment at UMBC as the Retrievers head coach Rick Stanton squares off against his daughter, who's a freshman at Iona. Now, in the end, the Retrievers win 2-0, but it was definitely a night the Stanton family will never forget. The Orioles take on Cleveland Guardians again tonight, going to baseball 7-10. Last night, they kicked off their 4-game series. Yeah, we love the Stanton family reunion, so that's why we're showing it. It's a 4-game series that started last night in Canton. For the second night in a row, the team did suffer a loss. Guardians topped the O's 5-2. So let's stay with a good video, right? Speaking of good news, the O's loss did not knock them off the running to bring home the AL East title. But the Rays are getting closer. Last night, Tampa Bay took the win over the Angels. Final score on that game was 5-4. With the O's loss, the Rays win. The Birds lead the AL East is now down to just 1.5 games. You see the 1.5. We've got the hash mark at the top. The O's magic number to win the division still remains at 7. They only have 9 more games to go into the regular season. Tampa Bay has 8 games, and look at Boston and New York. All right, sorry.
You know, we're still talking about baseball, but we're turning now to college football, which you can catch right here on Fox 45 tomorrow.
Starting at 10 o'clock Saturday morning, big noon kickoff is bringing you everything you need to know about college football from the Big 12, Big 10, Pac-12 conferences. At noon, Oklahoma and Cincinnati, they go head-to-head in Ohio.
And then at 3:30, UCLA, Utah, they're going to face off, followed by Oregon State and Washington State at 7 o'clock. And then to close out college football this Saturday, USC, Arizona, they play at 10:30.
Now, make sure you're catching up on all the NFL action right here. Fox 45 coming up Sunday. New Orleans Saints taking on Green Bay Packers. Should be a good game. Packers should win it.
Come on, Derek Carr. Come on.
Well, then
that starts at 1.
Exactly. And then Chicago Bears face off against Kansas City Chiefs. A minute for the Chiefs, 4:25.
It says 4:24.
Yeah, well, you know, we're just getting people excited about it. If they
4:25.
tune in at 4:24, they won't miss any.
They will be ready. But this is the good one.
Yeah, the Ravens taking on the Colts. That is at 1. But if you turn in at 12:59, you won't miss any action there.
That's good.
Or watch us all day because it's a weather alert as well.
We're not airing the Ravens Colts, unfortunately. But it says Fox 45 News, but that's incorrect. So
no,
either way, it's all good.
We still are proud members of the team that, you know, cheering on the Ravens.
Of course,
even
absolutely.
though it's not airing here.
It's Purple Friday, guys. It's Purple Friday. And yes, we are weather alert, talking about that storm system that's going to bring the wind and the rain. Thankfully, I mean, I don't know. The game isn't tomorrow, right? But we have a lot of things happening tomorrow, like Artscape and things you want to do outdoors. And it's going to be an indoor day for sure as we're tracking that next weather maker with the heavy rain and wind, potential coastal flooding as well, especially for our friends on the Eastern Shore. So a lot of you have places down there. You like to go down there. You got friends and family that live down there. That's where we have the potential of that tropical storm that is going to be more impactful, I would say, than here at home. Now, steady rain showers for the storm, 1 to 2 inches of rain. Some spots could see up to 3 inches. The wind gusts too, 25 to 35 miles an hour. So the wind also a big issue with this system as it's coming in. This is the area of low pressure, so still not a tropical cyclone. The National Hurricane Center is calling it a potential tropical cyclone 16. A lot of words, but more than likely will become Ophelia later today as it tracks up toward North Carolina. And you can see all of the warnings up and down the East Coast, but obviously Worcester County, Wacomico County, those areas down in southern Maryland, that's where we have tropical storm warnings, which means that tropical storm characteristics or potential is there, and that's why the warning is in effect. And also gale warnings now for most of the Chesapeake, which means that wind is really going to kick up. We have that potential for some flooding there in Anne Arundel County and down through D.C. and the Potomac as well. So this is all what we're getting set for with this next system moving in. All right, so here it is. As I mentioned, potential tropical cyclone 16 making landfall more than likely early tomorrow morning right there on the Carolina coast, and then moving up the Carolinas into the mid-Atlantic through Saturday afternoon. But it's kind of a larger system, so we're already going to feel the impacts before the actual center of the storm makes its way here. And then potentially still as a tropical depression by the time it passes over us into Sunday afternoon. That's why we'll still have wind and rain for that Ravens game here at home on Sunday. This is the latest weather model, our future scan here. 6, 7 o'clock this evening, we may start to pick up a few of the outer bands with a few of those light showers, but really the heaviest rain starts to move in early Saturday morning. You're really going to notice that wind as well through Saturday mid-morning, but this is, look at that. This is about 2, 3 o'clock, all of the orange and the red. That's an indication of some of that moderate to heavy rain and all of that wind that's going to be with us as well. So this will be a weekend where you want to bring in the flags, or you want to bring in any of that decor that you already have up for fall. And rainfall totals mainly about 1 inch to 2 inches with some higher amounts. Excuse me, this is one of the models that are showing about almost 2 inches in Baltimore, almost 2 inches in Annapolis, Stevensville at 1.5 inches. So either way, we're all getting in on that rain and then the wind too. Even today, you're going to start to feel that easterly wind at 20 to 25 miles an hour. Definitely a right crosswind if you're taking off on 3-3 over there at Martin State this afternoon. And then tomorrow, look what the wind does. Really starts to increase. You can see the orange right there, some 20, 30, possibly even 40 mile an hour wind gusts as that storm system gets closer. That's going to be more of that northeasterly wind that's going to impact pretty much all of us. As the kids get out to the bus stop today, beep, beep, for your bus stop forecast, no issues. In fact, this morning we're looking good with the mid to upper 50s. mild conditions and temperatures in the mid to upper 70s for the afternoon, and it will be breezy later today, so you definitely need to watch out for that for your Friday. The final day of summer, by the way, my friends. We're looking at fall starting early tomorrow morning, and look at that. We're only going to be in the 60s tomorrow with all of that wind and rain. As I mentioned, some rain left over for the Ravens game Sunday, but we're back to about 70 degrees. And then next week, we've got drier conditions and more pleasant temperatures for that first week of fall, especially as the O's come back to town.
Well, stay right here with Fox 45 as we're tracking the system today into tomorrow. Olivia Dance heading to Ocean City, and we'll have live reports tonight and tomorrow morning for us. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday morning, Mark.
Happy Friday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841 operating with 5 to 10 minute delays. The other trains of BART look good for travel. Light Rail Link, however, has a delay. It's running about 10 to 15 minutes late, so certainly allow time for travel on Light Rail. Metro Subway Link off and running on time in both directions of that service for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. In Los Angeles, picketers taking to the streets outside of Netflix again. Coming up, how the latest set of talks played out.
Plus, Democrats are pressing Elon Musk for answers. Why his handling of SpaceX satellite Starlink system in Ukraine is sparking future fears. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Developing now, Democrats want answers from Elon Musk about his handling of a SpaceX satellite in Ukraine.
Now, according to a new biography on Musk, he refused to enable its Starlink satellite for Ukraine as they prepared for a battle in Russia occupying Crimea. He thought the attack would escalate the war. Analysts argue a new government-operated system must be used in the future to avoid Musk intervening in similar situations.
You can't rely on a private party that can be attacked by China, that could be coerced by China, like Elon Musk. You have to have a government-owned system and control systems. It can be manufactured, obviously, by contractors, be it SpaceX or others, that can shoot the satellites up into space. but they should be operated by the government.
A government contract had not been hammered out for its use until much later in the war. That allowed Musk to intervene as he saw fit. Some worry that could happen in Taiwan if the U.S. uses Starlink to defend the island from possible Chinese invasion. Now, Musk has many business dealings also in Beijing.
Auto workers are threatening to expand their walkouts if a better contract is not on the table by noon today. Auto workers' strike against General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis hits the 1-week mark. And we're already seeing ripple effects in the big three and beyond. Stellantis, GM, and Ford all temporarily laying off workers, some of whom are non-union. Auto industry suppliers are following in similar footsteps. As contract negotiations continue, the noon deadline today inches closer.
Strikes are also continuing in L.A., with the Writers Guild of America marking 143 days on strike. Protesters once again picketed outside of Netflix studios as talks continue between them and the heads of major media companies. Now, on Wednesday, the union met with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers to pick up negotiations. But despite it being productive, there was no deal announcement. Even when a deal is reached, production on many projects will not restart until the Actors Union reaches a deal. SAG-AFTRA members went on strike back in July.
This morning, we are weather alert as the next weather maker is moving closer to the Baltimore region. You see that massive storm system coming up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the tropical system and where it's coming from and who it will hit the hardest.
Baltimore's population has decreased, but the number of city employees has increased. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about why this is raising concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you. We are on weather alert. I'm Taylor Stewart. It is September 22nd, and we're getting started here.
Yeah, massive storm system, and we're going to be tracking that here in just a little bit. I'm Tom Rogers. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Good morning to you. Let's go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because I need to understand what all that is behind you and when we're going to see it.
Yeah, exactly right. We're talking about the wind and the rain that's going to be impacting a lot of us starting as early as tomorrow morning. We'll see some wind later today, but for the most part, this will be our last dry day. And today also the last full day of summer as autumn begins early tomorrow morning. But we're tracking Saturday's storm, heavy rain and wind, coastal flooding that is going to be possible as well. Here is the system right there. Currently 50-mile-an-hour sustained winds, not officially a tropical storm yet, but more than likely we'll get Ophelia as the name coming up later today. But it's still well to the south of the coast of North Carolina. We're getting some of the cloud cover from that. We already saw that moving in yesterday. Temperatures right now mainly in the mid to upper 50s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville, 57 in Chestertown, 59 in Baltimore City. So we'll keep those upper 50s over the next couple of hours. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. No issues on your morning drive today. This afternoon, that wind is going to pick up. And check these temperatures, too. The last day in the 70s, well, upper 70s for this afternoon. We'll be in the 60s tomorrow. That's it. With a lot of that cloud cover and the rain, it's not going to really warm up too much. And we're only going to get to about 70 on Sunday. So the first weekend of fall will definitely feel cooler. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes. We'll continue more on our weather alert coverage as well.
Thank you, Justin. Now to a city in crisis. In West Baltimore, police now investigating two double shootings. Around 2:30 yesterday afternoon, police say 24 and 30-year-olds were shot on Mosier Street. About 40 minutes earlier, an 18 and 49-year-olds were shot on West Hoffman Street. None of the victims have life-threatening injuries. Some good news there. But anyone with information asked to contact Metro Crime Stoppers at numbers 866-7-LOCK-UP.
Elsewhere in the city, 22-year-old Malik Alford charged with attempted murder. This follows a shooting on Jamestown Court in southwest Baltimore. Now, police say on Tuesday, a 25-year-old man was shot and taken to the hospital. They say Alford is a suspect. He was arrested and taken to central booking.
Johns Hopkins University releasing a draft on the proposed policies for its independent police force. This is controversial for years now. New private force would have jurisdiction within each of the university's 3 Baltimore campuses. Supporters say private police will increase safety and take pressure off of BPD, while opponents argue they're concerned about how the force would interact with people of color on campus and surrounding neighborhoods. You can find more on this proposal online right now at foxbaltimore.com.
Now, this expansion comes as Baltimore's population continues to drop. In the last 12 years, we've seen an 8% decrease, but we're continually seeing the cost of running city government increasing. Olivia Dance joins us live now with some of the new findings about those numbers and the employees inside City Hall and why that's raising concern. Olivia.
Well, Taylor, from 2013 to last year, the number of general government employees has increased nearly 20%. Now, Eurypsy Morgan, who is a community activist, says that given the city's track record with subpar services, residents aren't seeing the full potential of their tax dollars.
I don't think that residents are getting not even a bang for their buck. They're not even getting the services that they need. When we hire employees, we expect them to do the job. And I think it'd be very difficult to find people who at this time, residents, right, contractors, people who work with city government, who will tell you that they are finding it easy to work within the city government.
So let's take a look at the numbers. According to the 2022 annual financial report, even with people leaving Baltimore, 1,674 people were on the city's payroll as general government workers in 2013. And then last year in 2022, that number was 2,005 people. That's just under a 20% increase, even though the city's population as of July 1st, 2022 was more than 52,000 fewer people than 2013. Now, the cost for general government increasing almost 45% in the same time frame, despite general revenues increasing only 8%. Fox 45 News questioning Mayor Brandon Scott on why the number of city employees is increasing. The mayor's office says it's just because of reclassification of positions, pushing back on the premise that City Hall is growing, telling us in a statement that the number of all government employees is down to 13,747 compared to the 14,764 back in 2013. But again, the number of general government employees remains higher than it did nearly a decade ago. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
It is time for Maryland's juvenile justice system to focus more on care not cages.
For kids who are first-time offenders or encountering the system for the first time, the number one way to ensure they'll come back is to put them in a cell.
Turning now to our continuing coverage on the juvenile crime crisis.
Yeah, last year, the state passed 2 laws touted as ways to keep children away from the juvenile justice system. Proponents of the measure testifying last year that the system would be less burdened if offenders under the age of 13 were not criminally charged.
Defense attorney Roya Hanna, who's familiar with DJS, says the laws are actually hurting kids in the long run.
That really does them a disservice because now, instead of addressing the problem when they're 12 or 13, they wait till it's 16 or 17, and the problem has really become exacerbated and turned into much bigger issues. They didn't take the time to get the data that they needed and really examine what was actually happening in the juvenile system.
Now, a dozen top prosecutors all across the state of Maryland calling for changes to the juvenile justice system. The prosecutors represent about 5 million people, or nearly 82% of Maryland's population. Earlier this week, we asked if you trust the state legislator to pass laws that protect your safety. 94% of those who responded said no.
Fox 45 News is going to continue to demand accountability from lawmakers regarding the juvenile crime crisis. Our extensive reporting on this issue is available right now at foxbaltimore.com. Problems continue in Howard County despite adjusted start times. After the break, the issues parents are now facing as they're trying to get their kids to school on time.
This morning, we are weather alert as we're tracking your next weather maker. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when the rain will move in and also bring some heavy wind with it and how long that will last. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local. .540 now, and problems continue in Howard County despite the school start times now beginning or changing this week.
That's right. The school system is trying to allow for more time for buses to complete their routes. But just one day after those new start times, one bus was just canceled without warning.
And parents say they received a message to make alternate arrangements, but they were not notified until after the school day began. Other parents claiming their earlier bus routes caused their children to be dropped off before the school doors even opened.
So it's not clear to me that that change on Wednesday was helpful, and we're still having bus problems. So we clearly still need to find solutions and ways to make this work for the community.
Now, the Howard County school system says moving forward, drivers have been told to keep kids on the bus until someone's available to watch them. As for the last-minute cancellation, a spokesperson from Zoom Bus Company says it's an isolated issue.
And Zoom released an update yesterday, writing the new start times have improved their transportation service.
However, some parents who spoke out during last night's school board meeting disagree. They say those new start times are not a good solution.
They point to disruptions in their own schedules and their children being left outside before the school doors open, as we said, some even calling for a new superintendent.
It's not ideal to have a large group of students standing outside with so few adults. It seems like we are trading one problem for another and that the changes are made without considering downstream effects.
We need consequences for incompetence. We need accountability now. The school board should be asking legal counsel if the superintendent can be fired for cause or used within another capacity at HCPSS.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow the big problems surrounding bus service in Howard County.
We'll keep you updated both on air and on our website, foxbaltimore.com. A proposal is circulating to reestablish the Senate's dress code, why one Democratic senator is at the center of this controversy.
And YouTube rolling out a new AI tool for creators. After the break, how the tools can help you during every step of the creative process. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
It's exciting. 544. Now to your Friday morning consumer news. YouTube unveils new artificial intelligence powered tools to help creators produce videos and reach a wider audience on its platform. It comes as companies are racing to incorporate buzzy generative AI technology directly into their core products. Among YouTube's new tools, creators can add AI generated video or image backgrounds to their vertical videos on YouTube Shorts. They can type their idea for a background as a prompt, and then the platform does the rest. They can have help in their brainstorming process, too. Dream Screen is being introduced to select creators and will be rolled out more broadly next year.
If you are looking to get paid to be a couch potato, what company might have the answer for you? Ranking service onlinecasinos.com is looking for someone to binge watch shows on Netflix. They're promising to pay $2,500 to the lucky winner. Their job here is to identify the most binge-worthy shows on the streaming site. The winner will most likely be watching or rewatching Stranger Things, Squid Games, and Wednesday. Anyone over the age of 18 can apply by Monday, September 25th, which just so happens to be National Binge Day.
That makes sense. All right. Before we get there, we've got a lot going on this weekend. Speaking of the weather alert.
That might be the time to actually binge, because
tomorrow will definitely be a day where you want to be inside doing stuff. I know we have a lot of things. Obviously, Artscape this weekend. Right. Today's going to be a good day. Oh, you know, wind picks up this afternoon. So overall, if you do want to do stuff outside today, you're going to be fine. It's going to be that wind that will pick up later today, and then the rain that really starts rolling in late this evening into the overnight hours. We're looking great right now from our downtown Baltimore camera, Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Nice and calm conditions, much different than what we will see as we head into the weekend. And that is why we have our weather alert day. We're tracking Saturday's storm, so it is not going to impact us today. This is for tomorrow. Heavy rain and wind, coastal flooding also going to be possible with this next weather maker that we've been tracking all week. Steady rain showers, really the threat for tornadoes, thunderstorms, not necessarily an issue. This is mainly going to be a rain and wind event with 1 to 2 inches possible, and some spots could see upwards of 3 inches of rain. So there's going to be a lot of rain. We're pretty dry, and we continue to be in that drought situation, a much needed rain. But again, you get a lot of rain in a short amount of time. That's when you can have some localized flooding. Those wind gusts, 25 to 35 miles an hour. Wind actually may be more of an issue than the rain will be. So this is where our system sits right now, south of the coast of North Carolina. We were watching this yesterday get a little bit more organized, and once it gets a little bit more circulation, that's why that is a potential tropical cyclone. The reason why it is not a cyclone already and why we already don't have a name is because it really didn't originate in the tropics. It kind of formed off the coast of Florida, some of the warm waters there. Now it's tracking up the East Coast. So if you remember back to Sandy, remember Sandy actually wasn't a storm by the time it got here, and there was a whole controversy with that, but obviously it caused a lot of issues. Nothing like that for this storm, but we still have tropical storm warnings that are posted for the eastern shore and even the southern half of Maryland, and gale warnings up and down the Chesapeake Bay. Tomorrow, not the day to be on the water. Even Sunday, there's still going to be some wind that we'll have to deal with here with this storm system. All right, so here's what's looking like with the track. It should become Ophelia a little bit later today and making landfall early tomorrow morning somewhere along the North Carolina coast, then moving right up the Carolinas into the mid-Atlantic through southern Virginia, the mouth of the Chesapeake. That's why we have that potential for some coastal flooding as we get into parts of Anne Arundel County and especially our eastern shore counties. Some of the models want to paint a few of those showers coming in late tonight. Really, it's early tomorrow morning that you'll really start to feel that rain, and by mid-morning into the early afternoon, that's when we'll see the heaviest rain and the wind from this system that's going to stay with us basically through Sunday as well. Here's a look at some of the rainfall totals. Overall, at least an inch or more, with some areas close to 2 inches and possible some pockets of 2 to 3 inches of rainfall from this weather maker. And the wind. The wind already today will be out of the east at 20 to 25 miles an hour, but the strongest wind comes tomorrow. Look at this graphic right here. These are peak wind gusts at 20 to 30 and possibly 40 miles an hour from the east and the northeast as that system kind of moves in. So that's what we have to watch for on your Saturday. As the kids get out to school today for Friday, no real issues this morning. Beep, beep, as you get out to that bus stop. We're looking at the upper 50s here through 7 a.m. Mid-70s into the noon hour, and we'll be mostly cloudy this afternoon with the wind picking up later today and temperatures only in the mid to upper 70s. Those temps drop pretty dramatically. We're only in the 60s tomorrow for most of the day on our weather alert day. Ravens game still will be wet and windy on Sunday. Not the heavy rain we'll see tomorrow, but still just plan for that rain on Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. And then as the O's come back next week, we'll see drier conditions and nicer temps for the first week of fall. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network. Some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. There are a little bit of fender benders, but no delays throughout any of the major roads throughout Baltimore. So there's some indicators. One of them actually is right now just popped up 95 South right near Caton Avenue, but the cameras aren't showing anything, and it doesn't look like there's any delays on the map. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist cruising around the area of Parkville. This is along 695, and you can see how wide open the highways are. Now we want to get another check with your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on Light Rail Link, expect about a 10 to 15-minute delay in your travels in both directions of that service. Metro Subway Link running about 8 to 10 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Out there on MARC train, 511 train, and 505, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wraps up his trip to the U.S. His final push for support in Washington. That's coming up.
A new immigration policy announcement out of the White House as the number of migrants at the southern border reaches one of the highest levels ever. I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington with the details.
Taking you to the other side of the country as you're taking a live look here from LAX in Los Angeles. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
A major policy change from the Biden administration. Now, nearly 500,000 Venezuelans already in the U.S. will be eligible for temporary protected status, which allows them to live and work legally in the country for 18 months.
The decision now coming as cities like New York have run out of resources to care for migrants who are unable to work.
But also as another surge is occurring at our southern border with warnings and policies that will make challenges even greater. Christine Frizzau has the details.
In the last few days, new dramatic measures taken at the southern border. One of Mexico's largest freight rail operators, Ferromex, has suspended service on 60 lines headed toward the United States after dozens of migrants were either killed or injured trying to hitch a ride. The Bridge of the Americas in El Paso temporarily shut down to cargo processing so that thousands of migrants can be processed. Border agents reporting the daily totals reaching 10,000 migrants encountered in a 24-hour period, one of the highest levels ever reported. The Biden administration also sending 800 active duty troops to the border But in a new video, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is blaming the Biden administration for cutting razor wire, quote, opening the floodgates to illegal immigrants.
When we see Border Patrol agents cutting the concertina wire, that completely undermines what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is actually prevent illegal border crossings and stop them at the river.
Thousands of miles away in New York City, protests in the street after more than 100,000 migrants have arrived in recent months, mostly by bus, overwhelming city resources. Leaders now hopeful. Following the Biden administration's announcement, 472,000 migrants from Venezuela will be given temporary protective status and get work permits immediately.
About 41% of the people in our shelters today are from Venezuela.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas attributing the decision to Venezuela's increased instability and conditions that prevent individuals from safely returning, but that it only applies to those who arrived on or before July 31st. But Republicans say this new policy will simply be another incentive to make migrants come to the country if they think there's a chance they could stay. Meanwhile, political analysts tell me it will be this issue, the crisis at the southern border, that makes it most difficult for President Biden to win re-election. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Making headlines this morning, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is now in Canada for the first time since the Russian invasion. Yesterday, he capped his one-day visit of Washington with its final pitch for support. Speaking at the National Archives last night, the Ukrainian leader thanked the U.S. for all of its aid that they've provided over the last 18 months. He also praised his soldiers fighting on the front lines and said the U.S. support has already saved the lives of millions in Ukraine.
If we fall, half of Europe would again be in danger of being in Moscow's sphere of influence. But American investment in Ukrainian security and global protection of freedom is working 100%, every cent.
Yesterday, President Joe Biden announced new military assistance for Ukraine worth $128 million. He's also calling on Congress to approve an additional $24 billion.
Meanwhile, West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin reportedly circulating a proposal to reestablish the Senate's dress code. This comes in response to Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who last week relaxed the rules to allow senators to wear whatever they want on the chamber floor. The decision appears to be catering to first-term Senator John Fetterman, who prefers shorts and a hoodie over a suit. While some Democrats have come to his defense, Fetterman's wardrobe is facing criticism from both sides of the aisle.
It needs to be flexible, let me just put it that way. But at the same token, you don't want to have a situation where you have members, coming in and weekend wear.
We represent our states. We should dress appropriately. When people come, when they see us on television or they come to the gallery to see us, they should expect us. They should expect us to dress appropriately.
Well, in response, Fetterman says there's more important issues in Congress than his choice of clothing, referring to his own attire as a slob.
We are taking a look at our forecast. Weather alert day is what we're talking about, with the potential tropical cyclone bringing large impacts to a big area here in central Maryland.
The Baltimore Police Department is one step closer to having a permanent leader. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you why Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley is facing some opposition.
And Fox 45 continues our coverage on the ongoing juvenile crisis. Just ahead, why one attorney says the juvenile laws on the books are actually hurting kids in the long run.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
5:59, taking you live to Ocean City, Inner Harbor, and Towson. And you can see the radar, that massive system right in the middle of the screen as we are. Weather alert this morning. Potential tropical cyclone could bring soaking rain and gusty winds for your weekend plans. Thanks for waking up with us on this Friday morning, September 22nd. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and it sounds like it could be a messy weekend.
And we have a lot going on. Justin was just talking about this earlier, a meteorologist. He was also talking about this. We have Artscape going on. We were going to have the Hamden Fest, but that was canceled because of Artscape bringing it in because of this weekend. Plus, we have football Sunday.
Yeah, exactly right. And let's replace that could with will, because we will see the wind and the rain. All of us are going to be impacted with this tomorrow afternoon and into the evening time in terms of how much rain, and that's all where that system sets up. But either way, we are all going to be impacted from this next weather maker. Now, we're all calm right now over downtown Baltimore. No issues right now. In fact, you can still see your breath when you step outside. We're tracking Saturday's storm, which is why we're weather alert. Heavy rain and wind. Coastal flooding is going to be possible. We already have all those watches and warnings that are posted up and down the East Coast for this. This is the weather maker that is about 325 miles south of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. That's the center of the storm with 50-mile-an-hour sustained winds. It is still not a named system, but that tropical storm warning, you can see, look at all that red right there. Salisbury, Ocean City, all the way down to the southern end of the Chesapeake and down through Virginia Beach is where those tropical storm warnings are, and gale warnings up and down the Chesapeake for that wind coming in tomorrow as well. Temperature-wise, right now, 40s in western Maryland. We're in the 50s for most of us in Westminster and Bel Air, and 61 your temp in Baltimore City right now. So on your morning drive, overall, no issues today. We're talking about numbers in the 60s for the next couple of hours. We will see those clouds increase, and the wind is going to pick up a little bit later this afternoon. But the good news is that we stay rain-free for Friday. We'll take a closer look at that hour-by-hour forecast and let you know exactly those impacts from our weather alert day coming up in a few. Back to you.
All right, continuing coverage this morning on the search to fill multiple vacant positions within Baltimore City. Now one position is one step closer to a permanent person, the Baltimore Police Commissioner. A Baltimore City Council committee voted to confirm Worley as the next police commissioner. The next step now is to go to the full City Council vote. That will be followed by a swearing-in ceremony. This is after 3 months as the acting commissioner. Worley has his sights set on what's next for BPD.
Can you speak to your experience and your commitment to accountability and building a culture of accountability?
We have bolstered our Public Integrity Bureau.
Well, some residents, they're frustrated over last night's outcome where there was a unanimous vote in favor, and it leaves lingering questions about Worley's time as acting commissioner and the department's reputation. Olivia Dans joining us live now with more on the confirmation hearing and the community's frustration. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom, as Taylor mentioned, this matter now moves to the full City Council for a final vote, and that's happening October 2nd. But this morning, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley is now one step closer to becoming the permanent leader of the Baltimore Police Department here. During City Council's Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee meeting last night, the 6 committee members voted unanimously to confirm Worley's nomination. Worley is Mayor Brandon Scott's nominee to permanently lead BPD after stepping in when former Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down, abruptly announcing his resignation back in June. But opposition came during last night's public comments.
It's not that we don't trust him. We don't trust you. You haven't informed us enough. You haven't made us a part of the process. You act as if we don't care or our opinion doesn't matter.
Worley also faced many questions from City Council members, including how he will deal with bad cops. Worley said adding body-worn cameras is one step the department has taken to ensure integrity. And when speaking on why he got the vote, take a listen to what he said.
They know who I am. They know I'm straightforward. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I told them at the beginning of the Brooklyn day that we could have done better. That's just the way I've done things. I'm not going to say, if we make a mistake, I'm going to put it out there. We made a mistake, we have to fix it.
As you just heard, Worley referencing the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting, where the police department released an after-action report admitting it made mistakes. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. One resident speaking out against Worley's nomination, bringing up the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the emotional testimony from Crystal Gonzalez during a hearing on the shooting earlier this month. Now, Gonzalez is the mother of Aaliyah Gonzalez, one of the 2 victims who were killed in the early morning hours of July 2nd. This resident said if the council confirmed Worley, they would fail the Gonzalez family.
You are obviously disrespecting Ms. Gonzalez, who lost her daughter in Brooklyn Homes when nobody responded, when Foxtrot knew, when 911 calls were going out, when people knew what was going on.
Now, he's referencing the part of Gonzalez's testimony where she expressed her frustration with Baltimore police's response to the shooting. That includes the 911 calls about the party made earlier in the night, and then Foxtrot flying overhead, but reporting that everything seemed normal.
Knowing that Foxtrot, I now know the name, a helicopter who's hundreds of feet in the air, will tell you as they look down from hundreds of feet in the air that everything looks normal. What's your normal? I challenge you, what is your normal?
During multiple hearings, Worley told city council members his department ignored warning signs and could have done more to prevent the shooting. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you blame police leadership for the Brooklyn Day mass shooting? So far, 94% of people who have voted say no. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
During that confirmation hearing, city council members were asking Worley about the rise in auto thefts in Baltimore City. Nearly 8,000 vehicles have been stolen in Baltimore this year. From the 9th through the 16th of this month, 292 vehicles were stolen. That's more than 41 thefts per day. Many city leaders believe Kia and Hyundais need security updates after an online trend revealing how easy it is to steal them. Worley says those vehicles make up a small percentage of the total that is stolen.
Hyundais and Kias are only about 33% of the stolen autos. It's another 67% of other vehicles that are being stolen. And what we're finding is that we continue to arrest young people over and over again for these stolen autos. So that's the biggest push, is that we have to hold the young people accountable.
Again, Worley said those cars represent only a third of all cars that have been stolen in Baltimore. However, that goes against what we've heard from Mayor Scott in the past. He's put the blame partially on car companies.
We know that auto thefts has been up not just in Baltimore but around the country. We know that it's been driven by a defect in Honda and Kias, and just one of our efforts of trying to prevent that is doing this a wheel lock giveaway or club giveaway, as we would say back in the day.
The city is part of a lawsuit against Kia and Hyundai. Now, Fox 45 News has heard pushback on that, including from car theft victims who say city leaders need to focus more on the people who are stealing the vehicles rather than the car companies.
State Attorney Allison Healy says she will move forward with her budget request for independent data servers for her office. What she's accusing County Executive Bob Castley of, that's coming up.
Baltimore's population continues to be shrinking, but City Hall's budget growing. Why some taxpayers are not getting enough bang for their buck.
And we are weather alert as we track the potential weather maker here. This is that possible tropical cyclone bringing a lot of wind and rain to the area by the time we get into your Saturday. We'll talk about it all morning long, and we got you covered right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
6:07, we're taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. You see some of the cameras around the area, and all green also on the major roads directly around Baltimore. No major issues to report. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local. 6:10 on this Friday morning in Harford County, the state's attorney Allison Healy says that she will be moving forward with her budget request for independent data servers for her office after she says County Executive Bob Castley is refusing to give her access to one of her employees' accounts. Healy first made that announcement earlier this week, stating that the employee was out on an extended medical leave and Castley's office was refusing to hand over access to those email accounts. Well, now Healy says Castley did give her access to some of the account, but is only forwarding new incoming emails, none of the archive data that she really needs.
Now, Healy says it's her legal right to access those messages. She's accusing Castley of retaliation after referring the criminal complaint filed by Councilman Aaron Pinman against Castley to the state prosecutor. Castley says that claim is absurd. You can find more on the ongoing back and forth now on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
An Anne Arundel County woman carjacked at knife point flips the script on the criminals. Still ahead, the quick action she took to protect herself from the armed boys.
But first, world leaders across the globe are coming together in the Empire State to discuss the revolving UN. After the break, a Washington insider joins us to share the impact Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, his trip, is having on the country. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.614, world leaders from 145 countries converging in New York City this week to discuss global issues at the UN General Assembly. While some top members were not present this year, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was, and he stumped not only in New York, but also in Washington, D.C. for more of your tax dollars. At the same time, in Congress, neither chamber has agreed on a budget proposal just 8 days before a shutdown, including if and how to fund the Ukrainian war. Joining us now for this week's Washington Wrap, political commentator and D.C. insider, Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
The UNGA, it happened this week, and it's going back and forth. We're chatting about it, global issues, global warming. But mainly, though, one of the focus here for the U.S. is the funding for the Russia-Ukrainian war. What do you think came out of the General Assembly on that front?
Well, Zelensky was on a PR tour. And listen, Tom, very few people showed up to hear him speak. The place was almost empty. That is something they're not telling you about. But I think what is more important here about UNGA, what it has shown us, Tom, are the interconnectedness between all the problems of the world. I was just really stunned the impact of COVID on these countries around the world, these third world countries. I mean, you have almost 165 million individuals subsisting on under $3.65 a day. You got about 500 million people living in poverty. You got hunger that poses a significant worldwide challenge that endangers both the dignity and the welfare of humanity. You got crime that poses a world challenge, ending the foundation of law, endangering our citizens' safety, and compromising our institutional integrity. And we think those issues only exist in the United States, but what you learn from the 78th UN UNGA gathering, that it persists around the world, and far worse around the world than could ever be here.
Armstrong, going back to that, do you think because Zelensky did not get a big audience, it's because we're starting to see videos now of saying, you know, here are the streets of Kyiv Friday, and then they'll show them and they'll position them right with, say, Philadelphia or Seattle, and they'll show videos of the same streets and say, here's one country, here's the other. Why are we giving billions to this country who is, quote unquote, under war, where have been in war for decades, and homeless people and hunger on the streets in cities of America?
Well, the bottom line is that the international leaders are saying this is not their problem. They have their own problems. They're not going to continue to fund this war, and they were not going to show up for his speech. This is America's war and many of the European nations. They don't want to even be associated with. I mean, you saw what Poland did. Poland decided to pull the plug on Zelensky. Zelensky, only bread and butter right now is getting another $24 billion from the United States. This is a proxy war for our country.
Armstrong, while you were there at the UN and actually got some pretty incredible interviews. Tell us about what happened when you sat down with the president of Turkey.
Well, Erdogan is one of the most unassuming power players on the earth. He leads 85 million people, yet is often overlooked and criticized by the media. They look at him as a tyrant, as a strong man, but how he's rebuilt the infrastructure of places like Iraq and Libya and other places, and when they have disasters, and how he's built his own infrastructure, the roads and the byways, is just unprecedented. So while they criticize him, they always find a way to underestimate his power and his influence. And remember what he just said. He has just as good a relationship with Vladimir Putin as he does with President Biden. And he is the strong man when it comes to impacting and influencing Putin and what's going on in Ukraine. And remember, he's the guy that vote they need in order for Sweden and some of these other nations they try to include in the United Nations in order for it to go forward. And he's been the top person negotiating many of the issues and trying to find a solution to this conflict in Ukraine, because this conflict will not stop unless Erdogan is involved.
Armstrong Williams, looking forward to seeing that interview. And have you posted it anywhere so we can go check it out?
Yes. It's posted at ArmstrongWilliams.com. Yes, you can catch it there. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, Armstrong.
All right, we're taking you live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, and we're also taking a look at that Weather Authority HD radar this morning. We're under weather alert. A lot of rain moving through our region this weekend due to a potential tropical cyclone. This storm has the chance of strengthening into a tropical storm, which has the eastern shore of Maryland posting warnings as we speak. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the full Weather Authority forecast and what it's going to do for our weekend plans, Justin.
Yeah, and it really is the eastern shore, guys. I mean, we showed you that shot of Ocean City, which is very calm now, but they're already preparing with those tropical storm warnings. They started floating those up yesterday, and this is kind of a live picture before the sun comes up. A lot of cloud cover there. You have a lot of activity there that's going on the beach, and I know there's some things happening there this weekend, but it's going to be a lot of the wind and the rain for folks who are down there. So just know, if you are heading down the ocean, or if you've got property down there, you've got friends, just know that that is where we'll see a larger impact of this system. But all of us are going to see the wind and the rain, even right here at home. Now, this is our Towson camera. You can see a few of those clouds hanging around. Those clouds started moving in yesterday. That's kind of the moisture that we were talking about, and you're feeling it this morning as well, with that dew point at 54 degrees and temperature right about 61. The north wind about 7 to 10 miles an hour. Not an issue right now, but the wind is going to pick up later today. But the weather alert day is really early tomorrow and tracking our Saturday storm. That's why we're weather alert today to let you know about the heavy rain and wind and that possible coastal flooding that is going to be with us. The steady rain showers, that's the big thing with that rain that's coming in. 1 to 2 inches, potentially some 3 inches in spots. The wind gusts at 25 to 35, possibly even 40-mile-an-hour wind is something that we've got to think about for tomorrow afternoon and into tomorrow night. So if you have any of those flags out, the fall decor, may want to just bring it inside and know that tomorrow is going to be a little bit more active. Here's the area of low pressure, which again is still not officially a tropical storm. It's about 325 miles south of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, and 330 miles off the coast of Charleston. Not really going to impact Charleston, but it will make its way toward North Carolina and then head in our direction. That's why we have all of these warnings. Look at all the colors right there. Hard to even decipher all of the different warnings, but the big one is the tropical storm warning for our friends in Wacomico and Worcester County and Dorchester, all the way down toward the southern end of the Chesapeake. We also have gale warnings in the Chesapeake as well. This is right along most of our waters here, and the wind advisory that is now posted for in Anne Arundel County. So that's the wind advisory, which is for tomorrow. Notice the rest of us don't have the wind advisory yet, but again, that could change. Here's the track of potential tropical cyclone 16. We'll probably get the name Ophelia a little bit later today. We're still tracking 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds and making landfall early tomorrow morning, then coming right up the Carolinas into the mid-Atlantic and the Chesapeake, which is why we have that potential for the coastal flooding. The storm surge, something else we have to think about. On our future scan, could see a couple of showers pop up late this evening, but really it's early tomorrow morning. Heaviest rain the middle part of the morning into the afternoon and into tomorrow night as well. That's going to be our future scan with our rain and then the wind as well. Here's the rainfall totals, about 1.5 inches to 2 inches overall. As I mentioned, some areas could see some pockets of heavier rain. Here's the wind, and this is that future scan. The wind going to pick up from the east later today. Tomorrow, more of a northeasterly wind, but look how strong it gets in that 1, 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour. Those areas in red, 30 to possible 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts even through tomorrow night. Look at all of that wind coming in as that area of low pressure is just to the south of us. So again, that's what we have to watch for with our forecast for this next weather maker. For today and the next couple of hours, we're good. Rise and shine cast in the low to mid 60s. That sun comes up in just a little bit from right now. And we'll top out in the upper 70s for today. Our weather alert day, we're only getting to the 60s tomorrow afternoon. That's it. And then Sunday for the Ravens game, some leftover wind and rain, not the heavy rain, but still some rain showers and a high of 70. We're drier and a bit warmer toward the first part of next week.
And stick with us here at Fox 45 as we track this system today into tomorrow. Olivia Dance is heading out to Ocean City, and she's going to have reports tonight and throughout the morning. So stick with us here on Fox 45 Morning News Weekend Edition. All right, now for looking at your traffic edition, your Lunch Solar Traffic Network, the traffic maps in our area looking green. Everything is clear at this hour. And now a live look from our traffic photojournalist who's in the area of Lutherville on the outer loop. Everything looking clear for you right now at 6:23 as you begin your Friday commute. Now, Mark Jones with the MTA. How are things looking out there on the light rail?
Well, hi, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find about a 10 to 15-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. Metro Subway Link also taking a delay. It's running about 8 to 10 minutes late. If your ride is on the MARC train system, Penn Train 511 and Camden 845 running 5 minutes behind, and you'll find train number 407 on the Penn line with an 8 to 10-minute delay. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
For the second straight night, the O's unable to hold on in Cleveland. Still ahead, the current standings in the AL East.
And you know what they say, slow and steady wins the race. Coming up, how a daughter helped come to her mother's rescue. Look at this. 6:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:27 and trending now. A marathon running mom, Courtney Rich, who is running on fumes, got a final stretch assist from a very unexpected running mate. And take a look at this video right here. You see the women coming around the corner here, and then all of a sudden, somebody pops out from the crowd and helps the mom along. It was actually Rich's 10-year-old daughter who just went out and grabbed her hand and helped her as she was finishing up this marathon.
Took me a split second to be like, oh, that's Avery in Crocs running on the course with me.
I saw another little girl finish with her mom, and I thought my mom was struggling even more than that. And I was thinking, she needs it, so I have to do this.
And Avery's been around races. You don't want to just run out and cross in front of a bunch of people that are running, especially on the final leg there. But look at her. She waited for the other runners to pass and moved in, merged correctly. Good job. Rich said Avery's supportive surprise gesture made all the pain go away, and the pair crossed the finish line hand in hand.
This morning, we are on weather alert as the next weather maker rolls through our area coming up this weekend. Just ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers will let you know when that tropical system will make its way here.
Baltimore's population has decreased, but the number of city employees has increased. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about why this is raising concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are weather alert as our next weather maker is moving in for the weekend. It could bring potential tropical rain, winds, and coastal flooding.
That's right. I'm Taylor Stewart. We're starting off your Friday, September 22nd with that weather alert.
Yeah, in fact, we want to go right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast and what this means. I mean, not only for tomorrow, but will it impact Sunday's game with the Ravens?
Yeah, it will, guys. We're talking about still leftover rain and wind even for Sunday afternoon's game there at M&T Bank Stadium. Right now, it's quiet, and today won't be too bad. In fact, today is going to be our last dry day before we get wet for the weekend. Our Towson cam already showing some of that cloud cover that was moving in yesterday. That's the upper level moisture that's coming in from this next weather maker. But we're tracking Saturday's storm on our weather alert day. So today, not weather alert. We're weather alert tomorrow. This is what we're letting you know. Heavy rain and wind, coastal flooding, all the things we just talked about right there. And there it is, the center of what will more than likely become Ophelia. Still has 50-mile-an-hour winds sustained with some 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts out in the ocean. So obviously, once it gets over land, it will start slowing down, but we're still going to see the impacts making landfall sometime early tomorrow morning in the Carolinas. Mid-50s for Cockeysville and Towson as you step out this morning. Rosedale at 54, Essex Middle River 56, and even some lower 60s for Dundalk over through Brooklyn Park. So here's a look at your morning drive. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. No issues today. And even on your drive home this afternoon, we'll still be rain-free. It's just the wind that's going to pick up. Our temps will be a little bit cooler today, looking for upper 70s. Look at those numbers tomorrow. First day of fall, we're looking at mid to upper 60s. So those temperatures are going to stay on the cooler side with all of that wind and rain that's going to be hanging around. Take a much closer look at this, give you the latest track from the National Hurricane Center, and let you know what you can expect in your neighborhood in my full Weather Authority forecast coming up.
Thank you, Justin. Turning now to our continuing coverage on the juvenile crime crisis.
Now, last year, the state passed 2 laws touted as ways to keep kids away from the juvenile justice system. Proponents of the measure testified last year that the system would be less burdened if offenders under the age of 13 were not criminally charged.
Well, defense attorney Roya Hanna, who is familiar with DJS, says the laws are actually hurting kids in the long run.
That really does them a disservice because now, instead of addressing the problem when they're 12 or 13, they wait till it's 16 or 17, and the problem has really become exacerbated and turned into much bigger issues. They didn't take the time to get the data that they needed and really examine what was actually happening in the juvenile system.
Now, a dozen top prosecutors across the state of Maryland are calling for changes to the juvenile justice system. Those prosecutors represent around 5 million people and nearly 82% of Maryland's population. Now, plus, police across the state of Maryland are voicing their concerns about the way juveniles react when they're arrested and accused of committing crimes. Officers say young people do not fear the consequences.
Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage and they know they can't get in trouble.
You know, I've been out on patrol many a times, and I've gotten the same reaction from juveniles over and over again, which is, "Well, I'm a juvenile. You can't do anything."
Well, earlier this week, we asked if you trust the state legislator to pass the laws that protect your safety. 93%, actually 94% of those who responded said no.
We're going to continue to demand accountability from lawmakers regarding the juvenile crime crisis. Fox 45's extensive reporting on this issue is available at our website, foxbaltimore.com.
House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson, 2 of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you want to talk to them about the juvenile justice laws, we have their numbers and their email addresses right there on your screen. You can also find their contact information on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. This expansion comes as Baltimore's population continues to drop. Over the last 12 years, we've seen an 8% decrease, but we are continually seeing the cost of running city government increasing. Olivia Dans joining us live this morning with some new findings about the number of employees inside City Hall and why that's raising some concerns. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom, from 2013 to last year, the number of general government employees has increased nearly 20%. And Europe C. Morgan, who's a community activist, says that given the city's track record with subpar services, residents aren't seeing the full potential of their tax dollars.
I don't think that residents are getting not even a bang for their buck. They're not even getting the services that they need. When we hire employees, we expect them to do the job. And I think it'd be very difficult to find people who at this time, residents, right, contractors, people who work with city government, who will tell you that they are finding it easy to work within the city government.
So let's take a look at the numbers. According to the 2022 annual financial report, even with people leaving Baltimore, 1,674 people were on the city's payroll as general government workers in 2013. And then last year in 2022, that number was 2,005 people. That's just under a 20% increase, even though the city's population as of July 1st, 2022 was more than 52,000 people fewer than in 2013. The cost for general government increasing almost 45% in the same time frame, despite general revenues increasing only 8%. Fox 45 News questioning Mayor Brandon Scott on why the number of city employees is increasing. The mayor's office says it's just because of reclassification of positions, pushing back on the premise that City Hall is growing, telling us in a statement that the number of all government employees is down to 13,747 compared to the 14,764 in 2013. But again, the number of general government employees remains higher than it did nearly a decade ago. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
It's all eyes on Baltimore's future of the law enforcement. And coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, why some residents say they're frustrated with last night's hearing.
Employers who take care of workers' health needs may face their own headaches next year over coverage costs. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, how AI can help reduce staffing expenses. This morning, we are weather alert as we're tracking your next weather maker. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long the rain will last, plus the winds and the greater impacts you can see along the eastern shore.
You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.640, turning now to the ongoing carjacking crisis. In Anne Arundel County, police say a woman was carjacked by a group of children. After driving them to Baltimore City, she pulled a knife on them, the suspects. Carjacking happening outside of a Giant in Glen Burnie Wednesday night. A woman telling police that she was in the parking lot of the grocery store when 4 or 5 juveniles demanded money and then a ride to Baltimore. Once they arrived in Baltimore City, the victim told police she pulled out her own knife to defend herself, and the kids ran. The incident comes as just a day after Fox 45 News heard concerns about the current juvenile justice laws on the books from the Carroll County Sheriff.
If you can't listen to the people that are doing this day in and day out, who are you going to listen to? Our advice was that you're going to see a spike in juvenile crime, and it's only going to get progressively worse.
Witnesses to the Anne Arundel County incident describe the oldest suspect as looking at about 14 years of age. Police said the youngest suspect not even old enough for middle school. Neither the victim nor the suspects were hurt.
Now it's Friday and there's plenty going on today across Charm City. Still ahead for your morning rush, the event you won't want to miss to kick off your weekend. Bus issues continue to loom in Howard County despite new school start times beginning just this week. Coming up, parents' reaction to the ongoing bus issues. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Topping your morning rush this morning, all eyes are on Baltimore's future as the Oversight Committee votes to confirm Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley and the Acting Fire Chief James Wallace. To make their positions official, next step is a full City Council vote followed by a swearing in.
Now, after 3 months as acting commissioner, Worley has his sights set on what's next for the police department. Some residents frustrated over last night's outcome, which gives lingering questions about Worley's time as acting commissioner and the department's reputation.
Olivia Dance joins us live now. And Olivia, what can you tell us about this meeting and how the community is responding?
Well, Taylor and Tom, this matter now moves to the full City Council for a final vote, and that's happening on October 2nd. But this morning, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley is one step closer to becoming the permanent leader of the Baltimore Police Department here. Now, during City Council's Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee meeting last night, the 6 committee members voted unanimously to confirm Worley's nomination. Worley is Mayor Brandon Scott's nominee to permanently lead BP after stepping in when former Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down, abruptly announcing his resignation back in June. But opposition came during last night's public comments, with residents raising concerns about trust. Coming up in just about 15 minutes, find out how Worley is responding to these concerns. Back to you.
Thank you. Problems continue in Howard County despite new school start times they began this week, Wednesday.
That's right. Now, the school system is trying to allow for more times for buses to complete their routes. But just one day after those new start times, one bus was canceled without warning.
Yeah, and parents there say they received the message to make alternate arrangements, but they weren't notified until after the school day began. Other parents claiming the earlier bus routes caused their children to be dropped off before the school doors even opened.
So it's not clear to me that that change on Wednesday was helpful, and we're still having bus problems. So we clearly still need to find solutions and ways to make this work for the community.
Now, the Howard County school system says moving forward, drivers have been told to keep kids on the bus until someone is available to watch them. As for that last-minute cancellation, a spokesperson from Zoom Bus Company says it's an isolated issue. All right, taking a look at today's headlines. It is World Car Free Day.
Yeah, and to celebrate, the Maryland Department of Transportation, or MTA, is offering free rides on local bus, light rail, metro, subway, MARC, and commuter bus, plus mobility service from today through Sunday.
And Artscape kicks off DJ Pee Wee, better known as Grammy-nominated artist Anderson .Paak. He's going to be headlining tonight. That festival begins at 5. It goes until 10 p.m. It's going to be a good one.
Oh, yeah.
6:47 is your time. The thing with Artscape, guys, tomorrow, probably not going to be the best day to be outside. And we do have that Ravens game, of course, on Sunday, and all of the other activities that are going on now. This is the first weekend of fall is upon us. Final day of summer is today. However, we're tracking our weather alert and our next weather maker, which is going to be the rain and the wind coming in from that potential tropical cyclone, bringing all of that to us. Now, our Towson cam looking pretty good right now. We do have a few clouds hanging around. 61 your temperature in Towson. Notice that dew point at 54 degrees, so we're already seeing some of that moisture that is in play. We started seeing that move in yesterday. The wind is going to pick up today, so the weather alert is for tomorrow, not for today, as that heavy rain and wind and potential coastal flooding will be an issue with this system coming in. Steady rain showers is what we'll see tomorrow. 1 to 2 inches of rain, some spots close to 3 inches, and the wind gusts at 25 to 35 miles an hour is what we'll be tracking. There's that area of low pressure. The center of this system is about just over 300 miles south of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, so it's going to be tracking toward the Carolina coast and eventually moving into the mid-Atlantic, which is why we've got all sorts of watches and warnings. The tropical storm warning is the red. That includes all of the eastern shore. So we're talking to you in Wacomico County and Dorchester County and, of course, Worcester County, down through Calvert County, St. Mary's County, all under that tropical storm warning. But here at home, we've got the gale warning for the Chesapeake, and that goes all the way through Sunday morning. That includes the Inner Harbor, as well as a wind advisory and a coastal flood watch for you in Anne Arundel County. So, again, we typically see the inundation of the potential floods and those, higher waters coming in, where we in Annapolis, down by the docks, and of course here even at the Inner Harbor Fells, that's where we could see that storm surge from this system. Not going to be on the effect of Sandy, but still something that we've got to keep our eyes on. This is the track of potential tropical cyclone 16. By the time we get to early tomorrow morning, should be making landfall, then coming right up the coast of the Carolinas and Virginia into the mid-Atlantic and the Chesapeake region. That's why we're tracking that. Now, in terms of our potential storm surge, look at this map right here. Areas in yellow from Richmond down through the Carolinas, seeing potentially up to 4 feet. We're kind of in that 2 to 3 feet range, but that's the entire Chesapeake. That's why we have all of those watches and warnings, where we're going to see a lot of that water coming in from the south as that system moves in as well. So here's a look at our future scan. A couple of showers will develop here late tonight. It's really overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning. Kind of the front edge of that storm system is when we'll see the heaviest rain that'll move through, especially midday tomorrow into the afternoon and tomorrow night. Still some leftover rain is going to be with us on Sunday as well. This is a look at our rainfall totals. Still looking at about a good 1.5 to 2 inches overall. Much needed rain. We're still in that drought situation, but you get a lot of rain in a short amount of time. You get that localized flooding, all things we have to watch for. And the wind will start to pick up this afternoon at about 20 to 25 miles an hour from the east. The strongest wind is tomorrow, especially midday, right as that system is upon us here, 4 or 5 p.m. That northerly wind at 20 to 30, possibly even 40 miles an hour, and even that stronger wind coming in late Saturday night into Sunday as well as the system moves through. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep this morning, no real issues, no need for the umbrella. We're not really tracking rain today, but it will be a bit breezy when you get them later this afternoon. 61 next hour, mid to upper 70s for our highs today, a couple of degrees cooler than yesterday. Look at tomorrow, first day of fall. We're barely getting out of the 60s here on our weather alert day. It will be a bit rainy and still a bit windy too for the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon with the Colts in town. And then notice that those temperatures back to the 70s, but drier toward next week as the O's come back to Camden Yards. And hopefully we can get back on that winning train, Tom.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need right now. In fact, speaking of the O's, taking a live look over Cleveland, Ohio this morning. Beautiful shot this morning, yet not looking bad as the Orioles are taking on Cleveland Guardians tonight. First pitch 7:10. For the second night in a row, the team suffered a tough loss. Last night kicked off their 4-game series in Cleveland. Sadly, the O's did not secure the win. Guardians ended up winning it 5-2.
Well, some good news here, though. The O's loss did not knock them out of the running to bring home the AL East title. But the Rays, they're getting closer here. Last night, Tampa Bay took the win over the Angels. The final score in that game was 5-4.
With the O's loss, the Rays win. The Birds lead the AL East, now down 1.5 games. Yeah, chime the music. The O's magic number to win the division still remains at 7, but they only have 9 games left going into the regular season. Tampa Bay has 8. And just notice the bottom of that screen, New York Yankees and the Red Sox. Woo, they're far back. They're out.
Yep, throw away that baseball cap.
Makes you feel better.
It does. Turning now to college football. You can watch it right here this Saturday here on Fox 45.
Yeah, in fact, starting tomorrow morning at 10, big noon kickoff, bringing you everything you need to know about college football from Big 12, Big 10, Pac-12 conferences. At noon, Oklahoma and Cincinnati will go head-to-head in Ohio.
And then at 3:30, UCLA and Utah face off, followed by Oregon State and Washington State at 7. And then to close out your college football this Saturday, USC, Arizona, they play at 10:30.
Now, Sunday, be sure to tune in right here, Fox 45, starting at 1 o'clock to see the New Orleans Saints squaring off against the Green Bay Packers at Lambeau Field. Then at 4:25, you see the game right there. Well, we went opposite with it, but you can see this. The Bears, Chicago Bears, will be making their trip to Kansas City to battle Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City Chiefs, and Arrowhead. You can watch all the action right here on Fox 45. The Ravens will be trying to go 3-0 on your season 2 as they're squaring off against the Colts Sunday afternoon. That starts at 1. That game is at CBS.
Wow.
Week 3 of the NFL is here. In fact, a little bit later on this morning, what local football coach our Patrice Sanders went up against in this week's Pigskin Predictions.
And high school football season is here, and there's not a better way to celebrate than without a pep rally. Just coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, we're going to take you live to Dunbar High School and share more about how school leaders are supporting their athletics.
All right, all that action happening this weekend. A great way to kick it off is with a little bit of caffeine.
Yeah, we need a little bit of, what do we call it? A caffeine buzz?
A pep, caffeine
a little
pep.
Pep in our step. We'd get there. It's a coffee break. Time for a coffee break.
I do need some coffee. 6:57 and United Auto Workers, the big three automakers, are up against a deadline at noon today to make sure the progress in their contract negotiations. If they don't, the union plans to send even more workers out on strike.
Sinclair National Correspondent Audra Allen Shah reports on the strike's economic impact already affecting thousands of workers.
More than 2,000 General Motors and Stellantis workers have been told they're out of a job for now due to the United Auto Workers strike disrupting the supply chain. Ford laid off 600 last week. This from targeted strikes at just 3 plants. More could soon be affected.
We're going to keep hitting the company where we need to, when we need to.
It's not just the big 3 automakers feeling the brunt. LM Manufacturing, which makes seats for Ford, temporarily laid off 650 workers in Detroit. Glenn Stevens, executive director of the state industry group, Mish Auto, spoke with suppliers Wednesday night.
They're already looking at how do we preserve cash and cut back. And that includes salary workforce. The supply base is very fragile and things are tenuous right now.
He says the tight labor market fuels their biggest concern.
If you have to let go workforce or you have to lay workforce off, you might not get them back because they have other options.
The strike even has the attention of the Federal Reserve. Chair Jerome Powell says it could affect economic output and inflation.
But that's really going to depend on how broad it is and how long it's sustained for. And then it also depends on how quickly production can make up for lost production.
Anderson Economic Group estimates a 10-day strike could cost the economy $5 billion. The White House no longer sending 2 administration officials to Detroit to help in negotiations. Director of Labor Studies at Cornell University, Art Wheaton, says it's clear why neither side wanted their involvement.
So under the Private Sector National Labor Relations Act for the auto workers, there is no role for the president or Congress at the bargaining table.
When asked about this on Thursday, the White House noted the president's been in contact with each of the parties in recent weeks and sees the fact that they're all still negotiating as a positive. In Washington, I'm Atrel Nashar.
Tracking our weather alert day as we'll see this tropical system bringing a lot of wind and rain to the area. We'll talk about it coming up.
Well, 5 boys accused of carjacking a woman at knife point get quite the surprise. What she did to those children criminals.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, 7 o'clock here. We're on weather alert this morning with heavy rain moving into our region. The effects of the potential tropical cyclone. Now, tonight into this weekend was when we'll probably see some heavy rain and damaging wind gusts. This storm could strengthen, though, into a tropical storm, which has the eastern shore parts of Maryland already posting warnings. All right, good morning to you, Taylor Stewart.
Yeah, on this Friday morning, Tom Rogers, and that's exactly it. Friday, and according to those videos and those posts that we just showed right there, looks great right now. It's really going to change this afternoon and into tonight.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers says this is definitely going to be something we need to watch out for.
Absolutely. This is what we've been tracking all week, guys, and it is still not officially a tropical storm, but that doesn't matter. We're still going to get the impacts from that. We're probably going to see the wind that will pick up later this afternoon. That's what you'll feel here at home. Nice and calm right now as we look out over the Inner Harbor out toward Fed Hill. You can see that flag not flapping around too much, but that easterly wind is going to pick up later today. The weather alert day is for the tracking of the Saturday storm that's going to be bringing the heavy rain and that strong wind as well, and the potential for some coastal flooding, not only on the eastern shore, but right up and down the Chesapeake. We're talking to you in Anne Arundel counties, and of course, Inner Harbor. All of us who live along the water have to watch out for this. That's the HD radar, excuse me, right there, which is still showing that center of low pressure off the Carolina coast. We'll get an update from the National Hurricane Center at 8 o'clock. So right at the top of the next hour is when we'll see if or whether or not this becomes Ophelia, which would be our next named storm. 55 in Rosedale and Essex, 60 in Dundalk, 59 your temp in Brooklyn Park, 60 currently in Baltimore City. So morning drive, Mr. Bose says we're good to go. No issues for the next couple of hours, low to mid 60s. We're dry today, guys, but that rain starts to move in late tonight and early tomorrow morning. Another closer look at your weather alert day for Saturday coming up in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Some good news while we are weather alert. The roads are looking really good for your morning commute this Friday. In fact, taking a live look right here of the inner and outer loops here, 695. This is right near Lochraven, and it looks like we have wide open roadways for us. So not bad at all in your lens to low traffic network. You'll hopefully keep that throughout the day. Well, 7:02 right now, and continuing our coverage this morning on the search to fill multiple vacant seats within Baltimore City. Now one position is one step closer to a permanent person, the Baltimore Police Commissioner.
That's right. A Baltimore City Council committee votes to confirm Richard Worley as the next police commissioner. The next step now is the full City Council vote, followed by a swearing-in ceremony. After 3 months as the acting commissioner, Worley has his sights set on what's next for the department.
It's important that we work together in building on the current successes, but also work on to address our many shortcomings and our many challenges that we still have to achieve.
Now, some residents are frustrated over the recent outcome, which gives lingering questions about Worley's time as acting commissioner and the department's reputation. Olivia Dance joins us live now with more on the confirmation hearing and the community's frustration. Olivia.
Well, Taylor, as you mentioned, this matter now moves to the full City Council for a final vote, and that's happening on October 2nd. But this morning, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley is one step closer to becoming the permanent leader of the Baltimore Police Department here. Now, during City Council's Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee meeting last night, the 6 committee members voted unanimously to confirm Worley's nomination. Worley is Mayor Brandon Scott's nominee to permanently lead BPD after stepping in when former Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down, abruptly announcing his resignation back in June. But opposition came during last night's public comments.
It's not that we don't trust him. We don't trust you. You haven't informed us enough. You haven't made us a part of the process. You act as if we don't care or our opinion doesn't matter.
Worley also faced many questions from City Council members, including how he will deal with bad cops. Worley said adding body-worn cameras is one step the department has taken to ensure integrity. And when speaking on why he got the vote, take a listen to what he said.
They know who I am. They know I'm straightforward. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I told them at the beginning of the Brooklyn day that we could have done better. That's just the way I've done things. I'm not going to say, if we make a mistake, I'm going to put it out there. We made a mistake, we have to fix it.
As you just heard, Worley referencing the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting, where the police department released an after-action report admitting it made mistakes. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, one resident spoke out against Worley's nomination, bringing up the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the emotional testimony from Crystal Gonzalez during a hearing on the shooting earlier this month. She's the mother of Aaliyah Gonzalez, one of the 2 victims killed in the early morning hours of July 2nd. This resident said if council confirmed Worley, they would fail the Gonzalez family.
You are obviously disrespecting Ms. Gonzalez, who lost her daughter in Brooklyn Homes when nobody responded, when Foxtrot knew, when 911 calls were going out, when people knew what was going on.
Well, he was referencing the part of Gonzalez's testimony where she expressed her frustration with Baltimore Police Department's response to the shooting, including the 911 calls about the party made earlier in the night and Foxtrot flying overhead, but reporting that everything looked normal.
Knowing that Foxtrot, I now know the name, a helicopter who's hundreds of feet in the air, will tell you as they look down from hundreds of feet in the air that everything looks normal. What's your normal? I challenge you, what is your normal?
During multiple hearings, Worley told City Council members his department ignored some warning signs and could have done more to prevent that shooting. Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you blame police leadership for the Brooklyn Day mass shooting? So far, 93% of those who have voted say no. To make your voice heard, you can do that right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Now, during that confirmation hearing, City Council members asked Worley about the rise in stolen car thefts in Baltimore City. Nearly 8,000 cars have been stolen in the city so far this year. Now, from the 9th through the 16th of this month, 292 cars were stolen. That's more than 41 thefts each day. Now, many city leaders believe Kia and Hyundais need security updates after an online trend revealed how easy it is to steal them. Worley says those cars make up, though, a small percentage of the total stolen vehicles.
Hyundais and Kias are only about 33% of the stolen autos. It's another 67% of other vehicles that are being stolen. And what we're finding is that we continue to arrest young people over and over again for these stolen autos. So that's the biggest push, is that we have to hold the young people accountable.
Well, again, Worsley said that these cars represent only a third of the vehicles that are stolen in Baltimore. However, that goes against what we've heard from Mayor Brandon Scott in the past. He's put the blame on the car companies.
We know that auto thefts has been up not just in Baltimore but around the country. We know that it's been driven by a defect in Honda and Kias, and just one of our efforts of trying to prevent that is doing this a wheel lock giveaway or club giveaway, as we would say back in the day.
The city is part of a lawsuit against Hyundai and Kia. Fox 45 News has heard pushback on that, including from car theft victims who say city leaders need to focus more on the people who steal the cars rather than the car companies. If you have a stolen car story or know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, let us know about it. You can scan the QR code on your screen, tell us what happened, or feel free to send us an email. That's news@foxbaltimore.com.
The Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee of the Baltimore City Council votes to confirm James Wallace as the city's next fire chief. Council members questioning Wallace about EMS response times and how the department handles fires in vacant homes, among some other things. The hearing lasted less than an hour and ended in a unanimous vote to confirm Wallace.
Now, these confirmation hearings come after both the police and fire department went months without permanent leadership. They are not the only ones, though, without permanent leaders. Others include the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Department of Public Works. Now, a taxpayer advocate says organizations won't see long-term success if the person running them is only there for a few months at a time. You can find more on his comments and the vacancies at foxbaltimore.com.
Again, the nominations for Acting Police Commissioner Worley and Acting Fire Chief Wallace will now go to a full City Council for a final vote. The next City Council meeting, October 2nd. Fox 45 News will continue following this process and keep you updated both on air and online.
If we don't start getting children when they're younger doing crimes, they're just going to escalate. They're going to put them in places where they learn to do more things and get better at whatever it is crime they're trying to do.
Well, now to continuing coverage of the carjackings across the state. Anne Arundel County Police say 4 teens allegedly went up to a woman's car in a giant parking lot in Glen Burnie demanding money and a ride to Baltimore City. That woman refused.
Now, police say one of the teens then pulled a knife, pushing the woman into her car, forcing her to drive them to the city. When they arrived, the woman pulled her own knife, which at one point the teens ran away. They say a woman who works nearby saw and did not want to show her face. She says she may have come face to face with those suspects.
I remember seeing a tall guy. He was like 14 maybe, like 12, 10. They were like short, so I remember they were young.
Anne Arundel County Police have described the youngest suspect as not even old enough for middle school. Police are still searching for those suspects.
Well, just about 7:10 now on this Friday morning as we are weather alert. In fact, we need to find out exactly what this means for your weekend.
And that's really what we're talking about here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, because right now it looks all right.
Yeah, it looks fine. And today's going to be okay. Just going to see that wind pick up. But you can see all that stuff going on behind me. And that is our next weather maker, that area of low pressure. Still not an official tropical storm, but it still has 50-mile-an-hour winds sustained and some 65-mile-an-hour gusts. So it is starting to get a little bit more active and a little bit more organized. We'll probably become Ophelia a little bit later today, and that's going to be tracking toward North Carolina and then for us right here in the DMV. So 46 in Cumberland right now, 50 in Oakland, mid-50s in Westminster, 57 in Bel Air, right at 60 in Baltimore City. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, yeah, you're fine. You're good to go. Low to mid-60s here on your jogging cast. Any outdoor stuff you want to get done, maybe you want to get the yard cleaned up or mowed before the rain comes in and does all the watering tomorrow as well. We're talking about wind too, so think about that when you have some of that fall decor out. You've got your O's flags up, your Ravens flags. Kind of bring those in because you're not going to have to deal with those being blown away for tomorrow with that stronger wind coming up. We'll take an updated look at our most latest weather models for you and let you know exactly what we're expecting here coming up in a few.
All right, thanks, Justin. Let's go ahead and get another check of your Len Stoller traffic network. A look around the loop this morning, everything moving clear.
Police are investigating a double shooting in West Baltimore. Coming up in our next half hour, we'll have an update on the victims.
And Baltimore's population dropping, but the cost of running the government is increasing. Why the number of employees in City Hall is now raising concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Local all morning. All right, let's get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because we need to understand the timing of this weather alert.
Yeah, exactly right. Taylor, Tom, good morning to both of you. T squared over there on the desk. And overall, it is your Friday, the final day of summer. Fall arrives early tomorrow morning. It will be cooler this weekend, but it's the rain and the wind, which is why we are on weather alert, tracking that potential tropical cyclone that's going to make a run for Central Maryland and the Mid-Atlantic. Now, our live cam is very pretty right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. You can see a few of those clouds hanging around. The sun is now officially up, and our temperatures have been hanging out in the 50s and right at 60 officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Notice that humidity at 78%. It was actually a little bit more humid yesterday morning. We saw those clouds roll in, kind of that upper level moisture ahead of this next weather maker, and obviously the rain and the wind is what we're tracking for tomorrow. That's what the weather alert day is. Really, Saturday is the weather alert day. We may need it for Sunday as well. We'll keep an eye on that system and how long it hangs around. Heavy rain and wind and that potential for coastal flooding. We know we have a lot of low-lying areas here along the Chesapeake, here at home in Baltimore, down through Anne Arundel County, and even our friends on the eastern shore. It's the steady rain showers where we could see 1 to 2 inches of rain and some even 3-inch totals potentially from this storm, and the wind at 25 to 35, gusting even near 40 miles an hour. So the center of this weather maker, this area of low pressure that got organized yesterday over the warm waters off the coast of Florida, now moving closer to the Carolinas. You can see some of the outer bands already impacting folks there on the outer banks, and that's where it is more than likely going to make landfall. We've got tropical storm warnings that are already posted for all of our friends in the eastern shore into parts of Dorchester County, all the way down through Calvert, St. Mary's County, as well as Wacomico and Worcester County down to the south and to the east, as well as gale warnings here for the entire Chesapeake Bay. And then we've got wind advisories and coastal flood watches for you in Anne Arundel County. So that's just some. I mean, you can see all of the colors on this map right here. So many different watches and warnings to get through. But the most important one is that tropical storm warning, because we will have tropical storm impacts for the area. Even if it doesn't become a tropical storm, it still is going to feel like that. And you can see the landfall on the track of this thing still carrying about 60-mile-an-hour sustained winds once it makes landfall early tomorrow morning, moving right up into southern Virginia and then eventually into the Chesapeake and the Mid-Atlantic through early Sunday, potentially still as a tropical depression by that point. Now, the storm surge is something we have to watch for. It's not going to be extremely high, but we're still in that 3 to possible 4-foot range. And notice all of the areas in blue, which is all of us here along the water of the Chesapeake down to the south into D.C. and, of course, out toward the eastern shore in that 3 to 4-foot range for that potential storm surge. That's that water that comes in from that storm moving up from the south to the north. These are the rain showers that we may start to see by about 7 or 8 tonight. Most of the day is going to be completely dry. Really, the heaviest rain doesn't move in until early tomorrow morning. It's going to stay with us through the middle of the morning into tomorrow afternoon. And look at all of the orange and the red there. This is Saturday at about 2 p.m. where most of the models have the heaviest rain right on top of us as that storm, the center of that storm, moves a little bit closer. Then looking into Saturday night, still some leftover rain. Even into Sunday, probably still going to have a few showers, even though this model doesn't show it. Believe there's still going to be some rain for that Ravens game on Sunday afternoon and some wind as well. Let's talk about rainfall totals. Most of us more than an inch for sure, and even close to 2 inches in some spots. Even some of the areas where we could see the 3-inch numbers will mainly be toward the eastern shore. Here's the future scan. The easterly wind picking up. This is 4 o'clock this afternoon. So the impacts today will be the wind that's going to come from the east and the northeast. Then tomorrow that wind is really starting to kick up, especially as that system moves closer. The center of the low right there on the bottom of your screen. So look at that. It's all kind of funneling into that area of low pressure, which is a counterclockwise flow. 20 to 30 possible 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts is what we'll see. And then there's the system coming in late Saturday night into Sunday. It becomes more of an easterly wind as the center looks to stay a little bit to the west of us here. There's the center right there to the west of Frederick by early Sunday morning. So then that wind is going to turn and be more southerly on Sunday afternoon. A lot to get through with that weather alert. The good news is today we get another calm day with temperatures that are in the 60s this hour. Beep, beep for those kids getting out to the bus stop. Mid-70s through noontime and into the upper 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Now, high temps today are going to be below average. We're looking at low to mid and upper 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Most of us along the 95 corridor in the low to mid and even upper 70s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. And again, our friends down the ocean have to watch out for those tropical storm warnings. There's our weather alert day tomorrow. Highs only in the 60s. Getting about close to about 70 on Sunday. So we have that rain, get the Ravens rain gear ready to go if you're heading out to the game. And then by next week, we definitely will be drier, more calm, nice first week of fall. And the O's come back, of course, Tuesday night there at Camden Yards.
All right, let's go ahead and check your Lynn Stoller traffic network. A live look now at the JFX this morning. It's going to take you about 8 minutes to get from the top to the bottom, so not too bad here. A live look now from our traffic photojournalist who's in the area of Timonium on 83, and barely any cars in front of him. Smooth sailing right now at 720.
Fox 45 is your home for college football from now until the end of the season. The Saturday nooners that go all day long. Which teams you can watch this week? Time now 7:20. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $7:23. It's a Friday. It's another pep rally. The epic highs and lows of high school football right here in Baltimore.
That's right. Mark Clark is live at Dunbar High School cheering on their football team. They're headed to victory, Mark. Is that so?
That's right, Principal Reeves. We are ready to go here at Dunbar, historic Dunbar High School. How you doing?
I am doing great. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you. Guys look amazing. Now, who do we have here?
Coach Johnson, Athletic Director.
Coach, are we ready?
We're ready.
Can you feel the excitement in the air?
Yes. Can you feel it in the air?
I can feel it. So tell me, what's going on?
So we're having a pep rally today. We have our students receiving yellow wristbands if they're on time and in uniform as a way to promote our positive culture. It's our first pep rally of the year, so we're just really excited and proud of our kids.
What are you feeling this year? I mean, we're over COVID, over a lot of things, over challenges. What's the spirit of coming into this year?
I mean, it's really positive. Like, kids love school. My staff is incredible. We're just really supporting young people with their dreams and what's next for them, really pushing college and post-secondary options. So it's just exciting to have young people really locked in. Their parents are excited, so we always have something going on. So this is like our first big event of the school.
I love it. We're at Dunbar High this morning. You can feel the excitement, the pep rally, and everything that goes with it. We're here all morning, guys.
We can hear the music. We want to see you start moving around here, especially want to see the kids.
I want to see some pom-poms.
Hey, 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 hey. There he is. There he is.
All right.
If you'd like some more information about these pep rallies and why we're hosting them every Friday, it's important for the kids, right? You can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks, find out some times for the local football games. We are weather alert this morning as we're preparing for a potential tropical cyclone.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know when the worst of the rain is expected.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, it's Friday, 7:27 on a Friday morning, and are you feeling it? September 22nd, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm feeling it. I'm definitely feeling it. I'm also feeling like we're on a weather alert, so what's the weekend going to look like, you know?
And if you step outside right now, it's great. So when is it happening? Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking it all out for us, wind and rain.
Yeah, DJ Tom T. Rizzle over there getting the tunes going for our 7:30 stretch, which is a little early this morning. But yeah, if you want to get outside and get your stretch, get your groove on, you're good to go. In fact, right now you can see that sun that is up over Towson. Some clouds hanging around. Wind is going to pick up later today. You'll start to feel the impacts from this next weather maker as early as this afternoon. But the main impacts are coming tomorrow. That is why we are in weather alert mode. Heavy rain and wind is moving in. Coastal flooding will be possible not only on the eastern shore, but also for us right here along the Chesapeake. So any of those low-lying areas, we're talking to you in Anne Arundel County, down by the docks, Fells, all those areas here along the water on the eastern shore. For our friends over there in Kent Island, have to watch out for this storm system. There it is right there, the low. You can see that thing spinning around with some lightning as well. And the center of that storm still about 300 miles south of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. But it's moving to the north at about 15 miles an hour. So it's cooking along, and it's going to be more than likely making landfall sometime late tonight. Low 50s for Cockeysville. We're at 57 in Bel Air, 60 in Baltimore City, and 65 currently in our capital. So on your yard and gardening cash, getting that yard work done today before the rain comes in tonight. We'll see those temperatures only in the mid to upper 70s. And check in the next 3 days, too. 77 today. The first day of fall tomorrow will only be in the upper 60s with all of that wind and rain around. Back to about 70 on Sunday. Still some leftover showers for you by Sunday afternoon, which means a little bit wet for the Ravens game. So we'll have your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes and take you through all of the scenarios that we're tracking for you. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some disabled vehicles around the area as you're taking a live look from the JFX as you're coming through the inner loop, heading down 83 into Pennsylvania Avenue. Parkville area, yeah, you've got an incident. There's two vehicles involved. Outer loop here, right near Perring Parkway, and we saw some fire trucks. Cameras weren't showing the actual incident. We just saw some of the people that were stopping the roadway, so it is bumper to bumper, slowly all the way to 95. That's what you're going to handle because of that on the outer loop in the Parkville-Kearney area.
It is time for Maryland's juvenile justice system to focus more on care, not cages.
For kids who are first-time offenders or encountering the system for the first time, the number one way to ensure they'll come back is to put them in a cell.
Well, continuing coverage this morning on the juvenile crime crisis.
Last year, the state passed 2 laws touted as ways to keep kids away from the juvenile justice system. Proponents of the measure testified last year that the system would be less burdened if offenders under the age of 13 were not criminally charged.
Well, defense attorney Roya Hanna, who is familiar with DJS, says the laws are actually hurting kids in the long run.
That really does them a disservice because now, instead of addressing the problem when they're 12 or 13, they wait till it's 16 or 17, and the problem has really become exacerbated and turned into much bigger issues. They didn't take the time to get the data that they needed and really examine what was actually happening in the juvenile system.
Now, a dozen top prosecutors across the state of Maryland are calling for changes to the juvenile justice system. Those prosecutors represent around 5 million people and nearly 82% of Maryland's population.
Plus, police across the state are voicing their concerns about the way juveniles react when they are arrested and accused of committing crime. Officers say young people do not fear any consequences.
Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them, you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not, they know they're underage and they know they can't get in trouble.
You know, I've been out on patrol many a times and I've gotten the same reaction from juveniles over and over again, which is, well, I'm a juvenile, you can't do anything.
Now, earlier this week, we asked if you trust the state legislature to pass laws that protect your safety. 94% of people who responded said no. Fox 45 News will continue to demand accountability from lawmakers regarding juvenile crime. Our extensive reporting on the issue is available for you right now at foxbaltimore.com.
And House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson, two of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you would like to talk to them about juvenile justice laws, we have their phone numbers and email addresses right there on your screen, right above their pictures. You can also find their contact information on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. Turning now to a city in crisis as Baltimore's population continues to drop. Over the last 12 years, we have seen at least an 8% decrease, but we are continually seeing the cost of running city government increasing. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with some new findings about the number of employees inside City Hall and why that's raising concerns. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, so from 2013 to last year, the number of general government employees has increased nearly 20%. And Europe C. Morgan, who's a community activist, says given the city's track record with subpar services, residents aren't seeing the full potential of their tax dollars.
I don't think that residents are getting not even a bang for their buck. They're not even getting the services that they need. When we hire employees, we expect them to do the job. And I think it'd be very difficult to find people who at this time, residents, right, contractors, people who work with city government, who will tell you that they are finding it easy to work within the city government.
So let's take a look at the numbers. According to the 2022 annual financial report, even with people leaving Baltimore, 1,674 people were on the city's payroll as general government workers in 2013. Now, last year in 2022, that number was 2,005 people. That's just under a 20% increase, even though the city's population as of July 1st, 2022 was more than 52,000 people fewer than in 2013. The cost for general government increasing almost 45% in the same time frame, despite general revenues increasing only 8%. Fox 45 News questioning Mayor Brandon Scott on why the number of city employees is increasing. The mayor's office says it's just because of reclassification of positions, pushing back on the premise that City Hall is growing, telling us in a statement that the number of all government employees is down to 13,747 compared to the 14,764 back in 2013. But again, the number of general government employees remains higher than it did nearly a decade ago. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thanks, Olivia. In West Baltimore, police are now investigating two double shootings. Around 2:30 p.m. yesterday, police say a 24-year-old and a 30-year-old were shot on Mosher Street. About 40 minutes later, an 18-year-old and a 49-year-old were shot on West Hoffman Street. Now, none of these victims have life-threatening injuries. Anyone with information is asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers.
Well, elsewhere in the city, 22-year-old Malik Alford has been charged with attempted murder following a shooting on Jamestown Court in southwest Baltimore. Police say Tuesday, the 25-year-old man was shot and taken to a hospital. Alford was arrested and taken to central booking. Johns Hopkins University releasing a draft of its proposed policies for its independent police force. The new private force would have jurisdiction within each of the university's 3 Baltimore campuses. Supporters say private police will increase safety and take pressure off of BPD, while opponents argue they're concerned about how the force would interact with people of color on campus and the surrounding neighborhoods. You can find more on this proposal online right now at foxbaltimore.com.
A face-off between the Wicomico County Executive and the County Council. Next, we're going to speak live with the County Executive about the confusion during a vote to temporarily defund 3 positions.
And we are weather alert this morning with heavy rain, damaging winds moving into our area. Meteorologist Justin Chambers timing out how your weekend forecast is going to shape up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all 7:38 on this Friday morning, and there's a public debate unfolding in a county right in the heart of Maryland's Eastern Shore. As Wacomico County leaders are arguing to the size of its leadership and the qualifications for certain staff members. Council pushing back against the county executive. Well, joining us this morning to share her side of this debate, Wacomico County Executive Julie Giordano. Good morning, Giordano. Executive, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. Sorry, I'm in the car. I'm taking my son to school, but thanks for having me.
Yeah, sure. I wanted to talk to you a little bit more about what's going on here. You're requesting 3 leaders to be added to the county, or were they already positions that you're just filling with some people of your own choice? And what specifically are the county council members arguing to deny these appointees?
Yeah, it's so interesting. So the whole debate was actually about 2. There was actually an appointment that just happened recently, which I'll get into. But one of them is for my assistant director of administration, and the other was the deputy director of public works. And both candidates are beyond qualified. They're great individuals, great candidates. And we have a charter form of government. And so therefore, we have the appointment confirmation process. So I appoint, they confirm. Right. And the biggest concern right now is I submitted somebody on April 4th, and the council had 45 days to confirm or reject this individual, and they did not do that. They kind of gave a consensus, but it was in closed session. So we know Open Meetings Act, they have to do it in legislative session. Right. They did not do that. And so per our charter, the appointment stands. And I don't think the council was very happy with that. And in kind of a reactive measure, they passed a legislative bill to zero out the positions. So they didn't like the fact that I, brought this to their attention, and the county attorney agrees with me. And so they have zeroed out these positions, right. But that law won't take effect until November 5th.
So what happens in the meantime? I mean, there's a couple months here. If you're in the right saying, wait a minute, this was closed door, we still don't know why they denied these 3 positions, or the 2 actually that you're talking about here. So then what happens in the meantime until November? Are they still on the payroll for taxpayers, and are they still doing their job, or is it kind of just up in limbo?
Yeah, so right now they're still on payroll, and that was actually per the county attorney's opinion that they could stay on payroll. The one girl who was the director of public works, she has actually chosen to step back into her engineering role. She was already an engineer here, so she has decided to step back in that role until all of this is sorted out. But yes, Matt Leitzel, who is my assistant director, is in that position. We have filed a lawsuit just based on the legislation and based on what we want out of it is just a charter interpretation. And both parties have actually been, even though it seems very controversial, we've actually been very cordial and have both said whatever the judge says is what we're going to do. And so that's what we're waiting on right now, is a hearing. And
if the judge sides with you, will you drop the suit?
Oh, I mean, if the judge sides with me, yes. I mean, obviously the suit would be dropped because it would be moot at that point. So, and if the judge, agrees with the council, then we'll go from there. We'll move on. So, it's the beauty of our judicial system, which we both, I think the council and myself, we both respect that. So we'll follow that.
Julie Giordano, County Executive, Wacomico County. Thank you so much for just clarifying that. I know there's been a lot on social media back and forth, so the residents of Wacomico reach out to Fox 45 and really appreciate your expertise here on the situation. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks so much for having me.
Sure. Health experts have identified a new risk for women during pregnancy, why doctors are warning about the dangers of high blood pressure. And a watchdog group has discovered a massive pay increase for the president of Baltimore City Community Colleges. Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, you don't want to miss this. We sit down with the founder of OpenTheBooks.com to hear why it's raising such concern about the pay discrepancy among top city officials. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
A dean at the University of Maryland School of Medicine is highlighting what her team calls the leading cause of death and complication during pregnancy: hyperintensive disorders. Thursday, a U.S. task force published revised recommendations for monitoring blood pressure while pregnant. Dr. Isa Davis, Senior Associate for Population Health and Community Medicine at UMD, and part of that task force. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Now, Dr. Davis, you were part of the task force that looked at several studies published in the last decade. What did you guys find with respect to hypertension in pregnancy?
Yes, so what we found is that measuring blood pressure at every prenatal visit is a very effective way to screen for one of the hypertensive disorders of pregnancies, and can help to prevent these bad mom and baby outcomes that we see. So as you know, we're in the midst of a really alarming maternal health crisis, right, with high rates of maternal death and complications related to pregnancy. And this group of hypertensive disorders of pregnancy is one of the major causes. And so we found that measuring blood pressure at every prenatal visit can help identify this group of high blood pressure during pregnancy that can cause these bad outcomes for mommy and baby.
Easy to miss if you don't really monitor consistently while you're pregnant. And that can be dangerous not only for mom, but also child.
That's correct. That's correct. It leads to significant pregnancy complications for both mom and baby.
Right now, we know there's already a standard practice in terms of monitoring blood pressure. So what changes with this particular recommendation?
Yeah, so what changes is it just helped, we looked at a variety of screening methods, and basically the evidence still points to the most effective, most optimal way to identify this group of high blood pressure that can develop very quickly during pregnancy, is the most effective way for us to do that. And that when we do it, we follow through with that appropriate treatment and management, and can really make a difference in terms of these maternal deaths that we're seeing. So what's different here is we're trying to raise more awareness. It's actually reassuring to the medical community that what we're doing is effective. We always like screening tools that are easy to use and that are effective. And this is one, and it just reinforces that this is the most optimal way for us to identify these women and pregnant persons to identify these conditions during pregnancy.
All right. Dr. Isa Davis, University School of Medicine, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, 7:48 is your time right now. We continue our weather alert coverage here, tracking that next weather maker that is bringing the big changes to our weekend. We've been tracking this all week long. Looking outside right now, not too bad. Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam zoomed in there on M&T Bank Stadium, and it's probably going to be a little bit wet for that Ravens game, possibly even windy as well on Sunday afternoon. So, Justin, if you're going to get out there, get that kick on, Mr. Tucker, just watch for that wind, blowing left and right. Hopefully we don't have to kick too many field goals. We can just score a lot of touchdowns. All right, tracking Saturday's storm. That is why we're weather alert. Heavy rain and wind. Coastal flooding will be possible, not only here at home, but especially for our friends in the eastern shore. The steady rain that's coming in 1 to 2 inches. Some spots could see 3 inches, and those wind gusts at 25 to 35 miles an hour, all from this system. Now, we'll get an update from the National Hurricane Center very shortly. So at the top of the 8 o'clock hour, we very well could have Ophelia. Right now, it's still a potential tropical cyclone 16, the technical term of this, but we already had some of these tropical storm warnings that went up yesterday afternoon for all of our eastern shore counties, including you in Dorchester County, also in Wacomico and Worcester County, and all the way down toward Calvert, St. Mary's County, the mouth of the Chesapeake. While we have gale warnings and wind advisories here, gale warnings for the Chesapeake Bay. So everybody on the water tomorrow, not a day to be on the water, and wind advisory and coastal flood watches for you in Anne Arundel County. So basically, any of us that live along the water is where we're going to see the potential potential impacts from this storm. So this is still the track that we're talking about. Still could be carrying 60-mile-an-hour winds by the time it makes landfall in North Carolina late tonight into early tomorrow morning. And then that system will track up over land. Now, it slows down over land. It loses sort of a lot of its oomph, but it will still have a lot of that oomph with more of that rain and wind that will be possible. That's tough. That's a tough word to say and try to say all the other stuff. But either way, we'll be talking about the potential storm surge too. Most of the storm surge, the heaviest will be to the south of us, but the area in blue, which is pretty much all of us here in the Chesapeake and up in the DMV, are going to be seeing at least that potential for 3 to 4 feet of that storm surge, that inundation of that water. The latest future scan updated model still showing a few showers here late tonight, but the heaviest rain early tomorrow morning to the middle part of the morning, early tomorrow afternoon. This is when the heaviest rain will be with us, and that takes us all the way into Sunday. Some of the models do want to keep that rain out of here by Sunday, but I still think there's going to be enough leftover rain to warrant that rain jacket for the Ravens game. We'll talk about 1 to 2 inches that will be possible across the region, and our wind speeds that also are going to start to pick up today. We'll see that easterly wind at 15 to 20 miles an hour, a stronger northeasterly wind into Saturday afternoon. Look at all the orange right there. That's 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. So this is what we're talking about by taking down some of those decorations, making sure trash cans, patio furniture, all that stuff is inside and kind of tucked away for that wind that is on the way. So the weather alert days tomorrow, we're only going to get to the 60s after today's highs in the 70s, only about 70 on Sunday. And then as we get into next week, definitely a lot calmer. Temps back to the low and mid 70s. First week of fall actually looking pretty nice.
All right, the Jonas Brothers are gearing up to set this party off, or you can catch them tonight in Charm City.
And the Ravens take on the Colts this Sunday at M&T Bank, when you could set the party off and catch this weekend's NFL action right here on Fox 45.
And there's no way to set off a Friday without coffee.
That is a perfect way to set off this coffee break party.
All right, topping your entertainment news, a boy band is burning up in Baltimore. The Jonas Brothers take the stage tonight at the CFG Bank Arena, and you can watch them at 7 p.m. Tickets are available right now on Ticketmaster. But one Jonas brother is in some hot water. Actress Sophie Turner suing her estranged husband, Joe Jonas, demanding their children return to England. According to the court documents, the Game of Thrones star alleges their 2 daughters are being wrongfully kept in New York City. Turner claims she had planned to return to England with the children, but Jonas refused to hand over their passports when they met last week. In a statement, a representative for Joe Jonas says the singer's impression was that they would work together towards an amicable co-parenting setup. Jonas filed for divorce this month after 4 years of marriage. Patrice takes on a local football coach in this week's Pigskin Predictions. How they're feeling about this weekend's NFL matchups.
And we're at Dunbar High School this morning. The kids are checking in. They get their yellow wristbands when they have on their uniforms, and they arrive on time. But it's all about the pep rally, baby. We're going to have that pep rally coming to you from the gym live coming up. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
The last day of summer, so we're taking you live to Ocean City. And then we're also going to show you the Inner Harbor, and also you see some of the roadways there in the center of the map. As you see on the far right corner is with the radar, and that's what we're watching. Tropical cyclone could be bringing some soaking rain, definitely rain and even gusty winds this weekend. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. It is Friday, September 22nd. You said it, final day of summer.
That's right.
And it looks like the rain is really ushering us on out of here.
Yeah, fall winds, right, for all those leaves that are going to be falling off the trees. Also, a lot of rain. How bad will it be? Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking it for us.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. That's what we're tracking, and our weather alert is for that storm that is going to be with us tomorrow and possibly even into Sunday. We'll still have the effects Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, pretty much a washout tomorrow, and then Sunday still some leftover showers. But our Townsend cam looks really pretty. In fact, I just stepped outside myself. It is a very pleasant, almost fall-like morning. So get what you want done outside now and in the next, I'd say, 7 to 12 hours, because we're tracking Saturday's storm on our weather alert day with the heavy rain and wind that's coming in and that coastal flooding that will be possible. That area of low pressure getting closer to the Carolina coast right now. Our temperatures in the 40s in western Maryland, 55 in Westminster, 56 in Bel Air. We're at 63 now in Baltimore City, so our temperatures have climbed a little bit. And you can see on your out and about cast, next few hours, those numbers will keep climbing. We'll get to the lower 70s by 11 a.m. and mid 70s as we get through midday today. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll show you the very latest model runs and the update from the National Hurricane Center as well, right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Some good news. MDOT crews really quick to clean up that outer loop accident that happened in Kearney. You still see the crash. It says it crash cleared there, and there's still some slowdowns if you're outer loop, if you're traveling from 95 across there to throughout the outer loop. However, there is one incident that just popped up. Their work is never done. 295 northbound, right at Arundel Mills Boulevard. There's a car fire there. That's causing one of the lanes to be shut down, and that's causing a backup now. The cameras aren't showing anything, but there's some backups. If you're northbound, 295.
Continuing coverage this morning on the search to fill multiple vacant positions within Baltimore City. Now one position is one step closer to a permanent person, the Baltimore Police Commissioner. A Baltimore City Council committee votes to confirm Richard Worley as the next police commissioner. The next step here is a full City Council vote followed by a swearing-in ceremony. This is after 3 months of the acting commissioner. Worley has his sights set on what's next for BP.
Can you speak to your experience and your commitment to accountability and building a culture of accountability?
We have bolstered our Public Integrity Bureau.
Some residents, they're frustrated over last night's outcome, which leaves lingering questions about Worley's time as an acting commissioner and the department's reputation. Olivia Dance joining us with more on the confirmation hearing and the community's frustration.
Well, this matter now moves to the full City Council for a final vote, and that's happening on October 2nd. But this morning, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley is one step closer to becoming the permanent leader of the Baltimore Police Department. Now, during City Council's Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee meeting last night, the 6 committee members voted unanimously to confirm Worley's nomination. Worley is Mayor Brandon Scott's nominee to permanently lead BPD after stepping in when former Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down, abruptly announcing his resignation back in June. But opposition came during last night's public comments.
It's not that we don't trust him. We don't trust you. You haven't informed us enough. You haven't made us a part of the process. You act as if we don't care or our opinion doesn't matter.
Worley also faced many questions from City Council members, including how he will deal with bad cops. Worley said adding body-worn cameras is one step the department has taken to ensure integrity. And when speaking on why he got the vote, take a listen to what he said.
They know who I am. They know I'm straightforward. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I told them at the beginning of the Brooklyn day that we could have done better. That's just the way I've done things. I'm not going to say, if we make a mistake, I'm going to put it out there. We made a mistake, we have to fix it.
As you just heard, Worley referencing the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting, where the Baltimore Police Department released an after-action report admitting it made mistakes. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Olivia. One resident spoke out against Worley's nomination, bringing up the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the emotional testimony from Crystal Gonzalez. You see her here during a hearing on the shooting earlier this month. She's the mother of Aaliyah Gonzalez, one of the 2 victims who were killed in the early morning hours of July 2nd. This resident said if council confirmations they confirmed Worley, they would fail the Gonzalez family.
You are obviously disrespecting Ms. Gonzalez, who lost her daughter in Brooklyn Homes when nobody responded, when Foxtrot knew, when 911 calls were going out, when people knew what was going on.
Now, he's referencing the part of Gonzalez's testimony where she expressed her frustration with the police response to the shooting. That includes those 911 calls made about the party earlier in the night and Foxtrot flying overhead, but reporting that everything looked normal.
Knowing that Foxtrot, I now know the name, a helicopter who's hundreds of feet in the air, will tell you as they look down from hundreds of feet in the air that everything looks normal. What's your normal? I challenge you, what is your normal?
During multiple hearings, Worley told city council members his department ignored warning signs and could have done more to prevent the shooting. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you blame police leadership for the Brooklyn Day mass shooting? So far, 96% of voters say no. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Now, during the confirmation hearing, city council members asked Worley about the rising car thefts in Baltimore City. Nearly 8,000 vehicles have been stolen in Baltimore this year so far. From the 9th through the 16th of this month, 292 vehicles were stolen. That's more than 41 thefts per day. Many city leaders are saying that Kia and Hyundais need security updates after an online trend revealed how easy it is to steal them. Worley says those cars make up a small percentage of the total stolen.
Hyundais and Kias are only about 33% of the stolen autos. It's another 67% of other vehicles that are being stolen. And what we're finding is that we continue to arrest young people over and over again for these stolen autos. So that's the biggest push, is that we have to hold the young people accountable.
Again, Worley said those cars represent only a third of all cars stolen in Baltimore. However, that goes against what we've heard from Mayor Brendan Scott in the past. He's put the blame on the car companies.
We know that auto thefts has been up not just in Baltimore but around the country. We know that it's been driven by a defect in Honda and Kias, and just one of our efforts of trying to prevent that is doing this a wheel lock giveaway or club giveaway, as we would say back in the day.
The city is part of a lawsuit against Kia and Hyundai. Now, Fox 45 News has heard pushback on that, including from car theft victims who say city leaders need to be focusing more on the people who steal the cars rather than the car companies.
Now, James Wallace confirmed as the city's next fire chief. Council members questioned Wallace about EMS response times and how the department handles fires in vacant homes, among other things. That hearing lasted less than an hour and ended in a unanimous vote to confirm Wallace. Again, the nominations for Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley and Acting Fire Chief James Wallace will now head to a full city council for a final vote. The next city council meeting is set for October 2nd. Fox 45 will continue to follow the process and keep you updated here on air and online. Baltimore's population is shrinking, but City Hall's budget is growing. In our next half hour, why some say taxpayers aren't getting enough bang for their buck.
Well, everything looks real nice right now from our Towson camera. The sun is out there, a few clouds. Wind will pick up later today, and then the wind and the rain really intensifying on Saturday. That is why we are weather alert, friends. We'll talk more about what we can expect with that next weather maker coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. All right, welcome back, everybody. 8:10 is your time right now. Our weather alert day continues as we track that potential tropical cyclone, which still does not have a name, and it is still not officially a tropical storm, but it's still spinning and is still going to bring a large amount of wind and rain to our region, and the potential for coastal flooding also exists as this thing gets a little bit closer to the Carolina coast. So that's what we're keeping our eyes on for the next few hours. If you're out for a run or a jog, no issues. Mid to upper 60s, mild conditions. You can enjoy your run and enjoy your day for the most part today. It will be breezy later this afternoon under mostly cloudy skies and high temps that will get to the upper 70s. We're quite a bit cooler tomorrow with the rain and the wind. We'll talk about some rainfall totals and the potential storm surge as well. That's all coming up in just a few.
Anne Arundel County woman carjacked at knife point but flips the script on the criminals. Still ahead, the quick action she took to protect herself from the armed boys. But first, the president of Baltimore City Community College received a whopping $222,000 raise, and it's sparking some concern. After the break, we're going to break down those findings regarding the pay of community college president. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, following your taxpayer dollars and the flow of money in the city of Baltimore, a new audit ranks the president of Baltimore City Community College as the second most highly compensated community college employee in the country. Joining us right now, CEO of Open the Books, Adam Andrzejewski. Good morning to you.
Morning, Taylor.
Now let's break this down. I want to talk about the income, the salary that was taken home by the president of Baltimore City Community College and why it ranks so high. Jump into those numbers for us.
So she's been on the job for a little more than 3.5 years, and during that period, she's received cash compensation wages as disclosed by the Maryland Office of the State Comptroller of $1.5 million. It's a staggering amount of money. Within her contract, she's got all kinds of perks, including $40,000 housing allowance, $12,000 car allowance, $25,000 annual bonus, and a staggering amount of paid time off, up to 63 days a year. And that's not even reflected in the cash compensation that she's taken home. We value the paid time off benefit of nearly 12 and a half weeks at another $100,000 benefit value.
Well, the college is saying the president qualified for $190,000 in pay in previous years that was not paid out, and that contributes to the salary she made last year. How does that happen?
So I guess they're quibbling with the timing of her payments. So the college is actually represented now orally in communication with us, but hasn't provided the backup records. Her initial contract, we still don't have. The breakdown of her compensation since she was hired on the $1.5 million of cash compensation, we still don't have that. But what they're saying is that she qualified for payments of up to $190,000 when she was hired in May of 2019, 2020, and parts of 2021. And then this was paid out toward the end of 2021 and 2022, which spiked her pay. So I don't care about the timing of the payments. She's averaged $34,000 a month since she was hired.
Adam Andrzejewski, Dr. McCurdy also has seen, as you said, that back pay, but she's not the only city leader who has seen increases in pay over the last few years. Can you just tell me if it's consistent with what you've seen with other city leaders like police, mayor, and so forth?
So I think if you ask the average resident of Baltimore who makes the most in Baltimore government across the complex, you have the mayor, he makes $196,000. You have the police commissioner. Last year, he made $180,000. The state's attorney makes the police commissioner made $280,000. The state's attorney makes $240,000. The superintendent of schools made $423,000 last year. And you had Deborah McCurdy make nearly $600,000. And so, look, in the previous year, she made $392,000. Last year, it was $593,000. And in 2020, she made $316,000. It's a tremendous amount of money at the community college.
All right, Adam, thanks for keeping an eye on the flow of money in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are still under weather alert, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with his full weather authority forecast, because if you look outside right now, you go, why?
Yeah, exactly right. And that's a good point, Taylor, because everything is fine right now. And today is going to be okay. We will see the wind pick up as we get closer to this next weather maker rolling in. But we're preparing you now for what's going to happen tomorrow and even into Sunday, including the Ravens game right there at M&T Bank Stadium. They're getting the stadium all set to go. This is the only home game, or the final home game in September. They're not back here for about a month into the end of October for another home game. So as you head out to the game and as you start to plan for that, thinking about tailgating, it's rain gear for sure. Have that ready to go and hang on to your hats because the wind will still be whipping up there. We're already seeing that wind pick up out of the northeast, about 13 to 15 miles an hour at BWI. That's your temperature officially 63 with that dew point at 54 degrees. So we definitely have that moisture that is starting to move in. Heavy rain and wind for Saturday's storm. Coastal flooding that will be possible on the average of about 1 to 2 inches. Some spots could see 3 inches or more with those steady rain showers and the wind gusts at 25 to 35 miles an hour. Latest from the National Hurricane Center showing that this is still an area of low pressure, even though that latest model actually turned it into a tropical storm. But we have not seen it officially go to a tropical storm yet, although we still have those tropical storm warnings that are here. That includes Worcester and parts of Wacomico County, all of Wacomico and Worcester County, down through Dorchester and St. Mary's, Calvert County. Also the gale warning that is going to continue for the Chesapeake Bay. This is really for tomorrow afternoon, but again, already is going to see that wind pick up across the bay today, and even the coastal flood watch and the wind advisory. I mean, there's so many watches and warnings. The main brunt of this storm is going to be southern Maryland and the eastern shore, but all of us here in the western Maryland and central Maryland region will be dealing with this. So here's what's going on. We could get this to be turned into Ophelia as a tropical storm. By early tomorrow morning, it's expected to make landfall in North Carolina, come right up into southern Virginia, and then right up the Chesapeake, the mouth of the Chesapeake, into our region. So the storm surge potential, the blue areas right there, that's in that 1 to 3 foot possible range. The areas in yellow down into the 2 to 4 foot range that you can see down there for Virginia. So again, 1 to 3 foot storm surge is something we definitely have to keep our eyes on, especially if we live near the water. Here's a look at our future scan. So the rain comes in late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Heaviest rain looks to still be around midday tomorrow into the afternoon. That's where you see all of that orange and that red, and that wind is going to be whipping up as well, especially from the north and the northeast. But the rainfall totals are still hanging on to about 1.5 inches to close to 2 inches. This is the latest model run. Look, this just updated live on air, and now it looks like we're seeing more of that widespread 2+ inches from Westminster over to Cockeysville and Bel Air down through Baltimore City. So again, this is changing as we speak in terms of what the weather is going to be bringing us for tomorrow. Here's the wind today. The wind out of the east and more of that northeasterly wind that will be strongest, especially right there in the center of the afternoon tomorrow as that storm is just to the south of us. So bringing a lot of wind and rain. That's why we have the weather alert in effect. Temperatures will only be in the upper 60s tomorrow. We'll get close to about 70 on Sunday as the storm moves out, but we still have that potential for some leftover showers and the wind for the game. But then Monday and Tuesday will be drier and nicer, especially as the O's come back to town on Tuesday night.
All right, well, the Maryland Department of Transportation is celebrating World Car Free Day with a fare-free weekend. All weekend, you can ride the bus, light rail, the metro, the MARC trains for free, and riders will be offered to get to Artscape, the Ravens home game, the Wiz at the Hippodrome, or anywhere else you need to go in Baltimore. For the second night straight, the O's unable to clinch a win in Cleveland. Still ahead, the current standings in the AL East.
I'm at Dunbar High School. We're getting ready for the pep rally. Dunbar Poets Rock. People are filing in and getting ready for an exciting activity, as we saw earlier. So we'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
All right, cheering on the maroon and gold Dunbar High School athletics. They're in full swing. Mark Clark is live there at Dunbar High School with the pep rally that looks like it's getting started just in a few minutes here. There's a lot of students behind you now.
That's right, people are filing in. Now we got the DJ, we got the kids, we got the teachers, and no, Russell is not a student. He is a new teacher here. It's the first pep rally, so what are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great, really energized, and the kids are really motivated and excited to be here.
And so what are you teaching?
I teach biomedical sciences.
Biomedical science, a class I would not have taken in my day, but so man, that's exciting. You know, this is the first pep rally. This is your first, season here, a very historic school. What do you hope to bring?
I hope to bring like this energy that I have right now, and also just, allow the kids to see their future, their bright futures.
I love it. Again, bright futures, guys. Again, this is the first pep rally of the season. You can feel the excitement, and we're here this morning having a great time.
Oh my goodness, I can't wait to see the cheerleaders get up there, the dancing as well, the pom-poms. It's going to be a fun one. Yep, and you're started off there. I see that. I see you, Mark. Well, we've got more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. This morning, meantime, we're on weather alert as that next weather maker is moving closer to the Baltimore region. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the tropical system.
Baltimore's population has decreased, but the number of city employees has increased. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about why this is raising concerns.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
8:29, and we are weather alert this Friday morning as our next weather maker is moving closer for our weekend and could bring potential tropical rain, wind, and some coastal flooding.
That looks like quite a system. Good morning to you. It's Friday, September 22nd. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. Want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's been very busy on this weather alert. You've been telling us about this for a couple days now, but it seems like it's getting closer and closer and more threatening.
Yeah, exactly right. Tom Taylor, good morning to you. And Wyatt Everhart backstage. He and I have been checking things out. He's joining our Weather Authority team for the fall, and he'll be on the air here over the weekend. So we've both been talking about how, this system is still not officially a tropical storm. So it is still a potential tropical cyclone, but don't let the words or the name of it fool you. Either way, we're going to get that wind and rain that's going to impact all of us tomorrow. Very nice conditions right now from our Towson camera. The reason why we're weather alert is for the heavy rain and wind and that potential coastal flooding that Tom was talking about as that surge of this moisture moves closer to us. So there's that area of low pressure right there from our HD radar. You can see that is continuing to move closer to us, and it's still about 250 miles south of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. That's the center of the storm. It still has 50-mile-an-hour sustained winds and could see some stronger wind gusts as well, but it's not officially a tropical storm yet. 54 your temp in Cockeysville, 55 in Owings Mills, 60 in Dundalk, 61 in Brooklyn Park. Hopefully this will help out with our drought situation because we're going to get a pretty good amount of rain here over the next couple of days. So get your yard work and gardening done now, today, mid to upper 70s for the afternoon. We'll top out about 77. We'll only get to the 60s tomorrow, so definitely cooler with the wind and rain, and then right about 70 on Sunday with another round of those rain showers. Latest models now, guys, coming in showing us even more of that rain will be back on the back side of that into Sunday. So I think Saturday and Sunday both going to be washouts. May need a weather alert on Sunday as well as we track this system. Back to you.
Well, go ahead and look at your Lens-Solar traffic network. There's a live look here now. The loop near Harper Road, some slowdowns, but nothing too bad right now to report.
Well, turning now to our continuing coverage on the juvenile crime crisis.
Now, last year, the state passed 2 laws touted as ways to keep kids away from the juvenile justice system. Proponents of the measure testified last year that the system would be less burdened if offenders under the age of 13 were not criminally charged.
Defense attorney Roya Hanna, who is familiar with the Department of Juvenile Services, says the laws are actually hurting kids in the long run.
That really does them a disservice because now, instead of addressing the problem when they're 12 or 13, they wait till it's 16 or 17, and the problem has really become exacerbated and turned into much bigger issues. They didn't.
Now, a dozen top prosecutors across Maryland are calling for changes to the juvenile justice system. Those prosecutors represent around 5 million people and nearly 82% of Maryland's population. Plus, police across the state of Maryland are voicing concerns about the way juveniles react when they're arrested and accused of committing crime. Officers say young people do not fear the consequences.
Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not. They know they're underage, and they know they can't get in trouble.
You know, I've been out on patrol many a times, and I've gotten the same reaction from juveniles over and over again, which is, "Well, I'm a juvenile. You can't do anything."
This week, we asked if you trust the state legislator to pass laws that will protect your safety. 94% of those who responded said no.
Fox 45 News will continue to demand accountability from lawmakers regarding the juvenile crime crisis. Our extensive reporting on the issue available right now at foxbaltimore.com.
House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson, they are 2 of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you would like to talk to them about the juvenile justice laws, we have their phone numbers and email addresses right there above their pictures on the screen. You can also find their contact information right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. This expansion comes as Baltimore's population continues to drop. Over the last 12 years, we have seen an 8% decrease, but we're continually seeing the cost of running city government increasing. Olivia Dan's joining us with some new findings about the number of employees inside City Hall and why that's raising concerns. Olivia?
So from 2013 to last year, the number of general government employees has increased nearly 20%. And Euripsy Morgan, who is a community activist, says given the city's track record with subpar services, residents aren't seeing the full potential of their tax dollars.
I don't think that residents are getting not even a bang for their buck. They're not even getting the services that they need. When we hire employees, we expect them to do the job. And I think it'd be very difficult to find people who at this time, residents, right, contractors, people who work with city government, who will tell you that they are finding it easy to work within the city government.
So let's take a look at the numbers. According to the 2022 annual financial report, even with people leaving Baltimore, 1,674 people were on the city's payroll as general government workers back in 2013. And last year in 2022, that number was 2,005 people. That's just under a 20% increase, even though the city's population as of July 1st, 2022 was more than 52,000 people fewer than in 2013. The cost for general government increasing almost 45% in the same time frame, despite general revenues increasing only 8%. Fox 45 News questioning Mayor Brandon Scott on why the number of city employees is increasing. The mayor's office says it's just because of reclassification of positions, pushing back on the premise that City Hall is growing, telling us in a statement that the number of all government employees is down to 13,747 compared to the 14,764 in 2013. But again, the number of general government employees remains higher than it did nearly a decade ago. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Johns Hopkins University is releasing a draft of its proposed policies for its independent police force. The private force will have jurisdiction within each of the university's 3 Baltimore campuses. Now, supporters say private police will increase safety and take pressure off of BPD, while opponents say they're concerned about over-policing people of color in and around campus. To find all of our previous reporting on this proposal right now, I'll go to foxbaltimore.com.
All eyes on Baltimore's future law enforcement. Now, coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, why some residents say they have concerns with the acting commissioner, Richard Worley.
And this morning, we are on weather alert as the next weather maker moves closer to Baltimore.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the tropical system potential for this tropical storm and where it's coming from. 8:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, welcome back. 8:38 is your time right now. Our weather alert continues, and this is why still an area of low pressure is a potential tropical cyclone. Even if it does not become a tropical storm, we still have to remember we will have tropical storm conditions in Maryland as early as tomorrow morning, especially on the southern part of our state up into the eastern shore and into our region here in central Maryland by the time we get into the midday on Saturday, potentially even more rain coming in on Sunday. So get your run or your jog in this morning, mid to upper 60s next couple of hours, mild conditions. Today we are dry. We'll see the wind pick up later this afternoon, but notice your temperature. of our high of 77, a little cooler than yesterday, and we'll barely even get to 70 tomorrow. In fact, most of us stay in the 60s on Saturday with the wind and the rain, and then still more rain on Sunday. So it will be a wet weekend for all those pumpkin patches and Artscape, the Ravens game, all those things that are taking place. Even the Ren Fest, too, will be a little bit muddy out there in Crownsville. So back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Turning now to the ongoing carjacking and auto theft crisis. In Anne Arundel County, police say a woman was carjacked by a group of children. After driving them to Baltimore City, she pulled a knife on the suspects. Now, the carjacking happened right outside the Giant in Glen Burnie Wednesday night. The woman told police she was in the parking lot of the grocery store when 4 or 5 juveniles demanded money and a ride to Baltimore, and they pulled a knife on her. Once they arrived in Baltimore City, the victim told police she pulled out her own knife to defend herself. The kids ran. The incident comes just a day after Fox 45 News heard concerns about the current juvenile justice laws on the books from Carroll County Sheriff.
If you can't listen to the people that are doing this day in and day out, who are you going to listen to? Our advice was that you're going to see a spike in juvenile crime, and it's only going to get progressively worse.
Now, witnesses to the Anne Arundel County incident describe the oldest suspect is looking about 14 years of age. Police say the youngest suspect not even old enough for middle school. Neither the victim nor the suspects were hurt. If you have a stolen car story or know someone who's been impacted by this spike in auto thefts, Fox 45 News wants to hear about it. Scan the QR code you see right there on your screen and tell us what happened. Or if you don't like the QR codes, you can send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com. Former President Donald Trump continues campaigning for his presidency, still ahead on Full Measure, a series of interviews with potential presidential candidates. But first, week 3 of the NFL, it's here. After the break, what local football coach goes up against Patrice Sanders in this week's pigskin predictions? And there's a hint, he's kind of a tiger. 8:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
knows football. In fact, he just won his first game as the new head football coach for Towson University. So that means I've got my work cut out for me this week. My challenger for this week's Pigskin Predictions, Coach Pete Shinnick. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm a Towson alum. That means you have to take it easy on me, right?
Well, we're in a competition, so no, that goes out the window. Yeah.
Spoken like a coach.
Sorry.
All right, let's get into the games then. Indianapolis Colts at Baltimore Ravens. And your dad played for the Colts, so I'm thinking you got to go with the Colts.
Yeah, I mean, he played for the Colts when they were in Baltimore, so I'm going to stick with hometown. I'm going to stick with Baltimore Ravens.
I thought that was
the
going to be
pick.
an easy win for me. All right, of course, I'm going with the Ravens, too. We are on a roll, and we want to keep that up. Tennessee Titans at Cleveland Browns. Cleveland had a rough injury last week.
Yeah, they did, and I think, I mean, they're playing really well, but without him, I got to go with the Titans. I got to pick them because I just feel like that's going to put them behind where they need to be.
I agree, and you're a coach, you would know, so I'm also going with the Titans there. New England Patriots at New York Jets. This is a rivalry game. I could almost go either way on this. I can make an argument for both. So what do you have?
Yeah, I just don't think Belichick's going to lose 3 games in a row, I mean, in his career. So I got to go Pats. I think the Jets at home, that's going to be exciting, all that. Their defense is unbelievable, but I think Belichick finds a way to score more points.
So I can see that, and I know he does not like the Jets, but the Jets are at home. They don't have Aaron Rodgers, but their defense is good.
Yeah.
And I think their defense is going to be able to stop Belichick's offense. So I'm going to go with the Jets on this.
All right,
I'm going with the Jets.
That was good.
All right, Pittsburgh Steelers at Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, dad coach for the Raiders. I got to go with the Raiders, even though I feel like the Steelers are playing well, but I'm going Raiders at home.
They lost last week, so I don't think they're going to it was kind of embarrassing also.
It was.
I don't think that's going to happen twice.
Yep.
And they're at home. I'm going with the Raiders also. All right, the Monday night game, Los Angeles Rams at Cincinnati Bengals. No Joe Burrow.
Yes.
What do you?
Well, I would have picked Cincinnati if I'd have looked at this at the beginning of the year.
Right.
But the way Cincinnati's playing, something's wrong with Burrow. I'm not sure. I'm going Rams.
I'm going Rams too because without him, he is the team.
He really is. Yeah.
So I don't know what's going to happen there. All right, so you can share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Just go to my Facebook page and leave me a post. All right, comes down to that one game, Coach.
We'll figure it out.
Let's go to Allison. All right, well, Sunday after Fox 45 Morning News, be sure to keep it right here on Fox 45 because at 1, you can see the New Orleans Saints squaring off against Green Bay Packers at Lambeau Field. Then at 4:25, Chicago Bears will be making a trip to Kansas City, battling Patrick Mahomes' Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead. You can watch all the action right here on Fox 45. Plus, you know the Ravens will be trying to go 3-0 in the season as they're squaring off against the Colts Sunday afternoon at 1. That's on CBS. Turning now to college football that you can catch right here. Also, Fox 45 tomorrow. Starting at 10, big noon kickoff is bringing you everything you need to know about college football from Big 12, Big 10, Pac-12. None of those numbers mean anything because they're all blown out. There's Pac-16 or 18 now. All those conferences. At noon, Oklahoma and Cincinnati go head-to-head in Ohio. 3:30, UCLA, Utah facing off, followed by Oregon State and Washington State at 7. Close out college football this Saturday. It's tomorrow. USC, Arizona State will kick off at 10:30.
I think it's going to be like big 14 and big like 16, and then Pac-2. Because there's only 2 left in the Pac-12. Everybody left, and so we don't know what's going to happen with that. But either way, it's football, right? And it's football weather. You got the Ravens Stadium behind me. You mentioned the Ravens game, Tom. And the Colts are in town. Is it too soon? It's not too soon, right? All right. Anyway, the Colts are in town, and they're coming here on Sunday. Now, look at this. Look at the stadium right now. It looks great. The sun is out there. Sunday, different story. We are definitely going to have rain on Saturday, and even some rain is going to be possible if you're tailgating Sunday morning or going to the game Sunday afternoon in M&T Bank. And also the wind still going to be an issue as well because we've got a pretty strong system that is making its way to our region. 63 your temperature right now, BWI Thurgood Marshall. Northeast wind about 13 to 15 miles an hour. Notice that dew point at 54 degrees. So we still are seeing a little bit of that moisture. Saturday's storm, and the reason why we're weather alert, the steady rain showers, 1 to 2 inches. Some areas could see close to 3 inches of rain. Now, this is going to hopefully wipe our drought away, but could also bring the potential flooding impacts and coastal flooding as well, and wind gusts 25, 35, even 40 miles an hour. So the wind almost more of an issue. I mean, the rain we can deal with, but that wind going to be knocking stuff down. If you have already the fall decorations out there and those flags and things like that, just go ahead and get them in today so you don't have to worry about having them out tomorrow. All right, so here's the area of low pressure, still not a tropical storm, but a potential tropical cyclone, which is about 250 miles south of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, the center of that storm, with about 50-mile-an-hour winds currently, and we've seen some stronger wind gusts as well. Either way, even if it's not a named storm, still the tropical storm warnings exist for all of southern Maryland and the eastern shore of the southern edge of the Chesapeake Bay as well. We've got gale warnings posted for the Chesapeake, and we've got coastal flood watches and wind advisories for Anne Arundel County. So again, you in Anne Arundel County, eastern shore, Kent Island, Queen Anne's, Talbot County, down into Dorchester, that's where we're going to see some of the biggest impacts. Here comes the storm. And again, you can see it still says potential tropical cyclone 16, but 50-mile-an-hour winds with seeing a gust about 50 to 60 miles an hour. It's moving north at about 14. So it should make landfall sometime early tomorrow morning on the North Carolina coast, move right up into southern Virginia by Saturday afternoon into Sunday, and then right up into our area, potentially still as a tropical depression over Baltimore by the time we get into the weekend. Let's talk about storm surge. That's something we always have to think about. We think about our friends in Florida that had all of that storm surge from the storms earlier this year and the last couple of years. The areas in blue could see 1 to 3 feet possible storm surge, and that includes all of the Chesapeake Bay. So anyone around those low-lying areas, you have to watch for that rising water, and 2 to 4 feet even for southern parts of Maryland and down into parts of Virginia. But the eastern shore included in all of that. Let's roll our latest future scan. This is the latest in-house weather model. So 6 p.m. we could already see some showers in Easton and Denton down to the south. But really most of the rain rolls in late tonight. Look at that first band of kind of moderate rain about 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. We actually will get a little bit of a break around 8 to 9 a.m., but then another round of rain comes in by Saturday afternoon. The heavier rain right around 1 to 4 p.m. on Saturday. That's when we're going to see that good soaking rain left over into Saturday night. And now the models want to bring in a little bit more rain into Sunday morning, kind of on the backside of this system as it pivots and heads out toward the east. So obviously we'll keep our eyes on that. You make sure to have your phones ready to go. That FOX45 mobile weather app will send those push alerts right to your phone. You can actually download it right there at the bottom of your screen. There it is right there, a little QR code. Download that app, and that way you have that in the palm of your hand. So when those storms roll in, you get those alerts so you can get to safety. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network on this Friday morning. And oh, look at this. Yeah. Going over the Francis Scott Key Bridge, if you are traveling this direction, southbound, or going down the inner loop, you won't be able to see it. But if you're on the outer loop, moving northbound, coming to this camera, you'd be able to see the Fort Carroll down there on your right-hand side. A great morning for doing that. You won't be able to see it tomorrow when Justin's storm moves through here. Taking a live look now over Cleveland, Ohio this morning as the O's take on the Guardians tonight at 7:10, first pitch. This is the second night in a row the team has suffered a loss. A tough one, too. Last night kicked off their 4-game series in Cleveland. Sadly, the O's did not secure the win. Guardians ended up winning it on 5-2 as your score. Good news, the O's loss did not knock them any out of the running for bringing home the AL East title. The Rays are getting closer, though. Last night, Tampa Bay took the win over the Angels, final score 5-4. So here's a look at the standings with the O's loss and the Rays win. Birds lead the AL East. It's now down to 1.5 games. O's magic number to win this division still remains at 7, but they only have 9 games, 9 times, right? On the regular season, Tampa Bay has just 8 games left, and look at Boston and New York. Just 18 games back. How much are they spending on those Yankees? Woo! It's a car you know just by how it looks. Coming up, the new name of the Frankmobile. What goes good with a Frankmobile? No, it won't work. All right, well, the Wienermobile. Now it's a Frankmobile. Now it's time for a coffee break. 8:56 on a Friday morning, and topping your morning business report, Anheuser-Busch says it will stop cutting off the tails of the company's famous Budweiser Clydesdale horses. The practice, known as docking, is highly controversial for some, with animal rights groups PETA calling it crude mutilation. A spokesperson for Anheuser-Busch saying, quote, "The safety and well-being of our beloved Clydesdales is our top priority." McDonald's is once again being sued after a customer allegedly burned herself from spilling hot coffee. Remember that lawsuit? Yeah, well, another one's back in the court system. This lawsuit because an elderly woman was burned when she was served a scalding cup of coffee with an improperly attached lid that then spilled into her lap. The company had previously sued in 1992 after a woman suffered third-degree burns after spilling hot coffee. Earlier this year, a family was awarded $800,000 after a toddler was burned by a hot chicken nugget. Arguably the most recognizable vehicle on the road is going back to its roots. Check out Oscar Mayer's Wienermobile. 27-foot-long hot dog on wheels underwent a name change in May. For a short time, it was known as the Frankmobile, but then fans didn't like the change, no. And now the company is going back to its original name, and I think there's like 6 or 7 of those vehicles cruising around the U.S. Well, now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
I'm going to tell you about something that you need, but you may not even realize you need it. Compression socks. I travel a lot, and so I keep these in all of my carry-on bags, so I have them at all times. They really are helpful for just maintain your overall health, because the heart is working so hard to pump blood throughout your body, and when it goes down to your feet, that's easy. But it's getting it to come back up because it's working against gravity. That is the challenge, and that's where these compression socks come in handy. Dr. Siegel, a doctor of course, created these, and so he just put a lot of extra care and thought into these. They're antimicrobial, they have silver ion, and they have this extra cushioning. I just got these, and I really like the purple, the lavender, because that's my favorite color. But the other thing is they're compression, but they also are really good stretchy, so it's not that compression that's painful. These are at such a great deal. You could buy one and give them to anybody in your family or even some of your friends. You're getting up to 20% off of Dr. Siegel's compression socks. He really did put a lot of thought into these, so you want to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We're tracking our next weather maker, and that is why we are weather alert for our wind and rain coming in from the tropical-like system moving into the region. We'll talk about it.
The Baltimore Police Department is one step closer to having a permanent leader. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you why Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley is facing some opposition.
5 boys accused of carjacking a woman at knife point get quite the surprise, which she says she did to have them running away.
And right now we are on weather alert this morning. Heavy rain is moving into our region and the effects of a potential tropical cyclone. Tonight into this weekend, we'll see rain, damaging wind gusts, and this storm could strengthen into a tropical storm, which has the eastern shore of Maryland posting warnings already.
Yeah, straight up 9 o'clock on the Friday, September 22nd. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Final day of summer, so we're definitely pushing it on out of here with that rain. Meteorologist Justin Chambers timing it all out for us.
Yeah, and remember, guys, the weather alert day is tomorrow. We're weather alert now to let you know about what's going on for this weekend and this large system that is going to be impacting a lot of us. So want to let you know we have some brand new warnings that just came out. We'll show you those in just a second. Our Towson cam looks great right now, and in fact, most of the day today is going to be fine. You'll have a little bit of wind that will start to pick up this afternoon, but late tonight into tomorrow is when this storm starts to impact all of us. And this is what we're talking about, this area of low pressure that is off the Carolina coast. We're tracking Saturday's storm with heavy rain and wind and potential for some coastal flooding. That area of low pressure still not officially a tropical storm, but we're still going to have tropical storm conditions here into this weekend. Here's the latest update. That is a wind advisory. Now, it doesn't start till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, but we'll go until 6 o'clock tomorrow night. And notice we've now from from Anne Arundel County. We've added all of Baltimore City, southern Baltimore County, and southern Harford County. So all the way up toward Perryville, up into Aberdeen as well. This is where that wind advisory is. That's where that wind, as I mentioned, is going to be strong for tomorrow. So get your runs or your jogs in this morning. Your jogging cast looking good, 60s and 70s for the next couple of hours. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about our latest model runs and what we can expect with this next weather maker in just a few. So how are the roads right now, Tom, before all that wind and rain rolls in?
They are looking great. In fact, from our Len Stoller traffic network over the Fort McHenry Tunnel, if you are just heading out to do some errands, or if you're lucky enough to just choose when you want to go into work, now is the perfect time to head for a commute because it is wide open.
Could you imagine that, Tom? Choose the time.
Choose the time. Yeah, that would be nice, right? Well, continuing our coverage this morning on the search to fill multiple vacant seats within Baltimore City, now one position is one step closer to a permanent person, actually two of them. We're talking right now about the Baltimore Police Commissioner.
The Baltimore City Council Committee votes to confirm Richard Worley as the next police commissioner. The next step now is a full City Council vote followed by a swearing in. After 3 months as acting commissioner, Worley has his sights set on what's next for the department.
It's important that we work together in building on the current successes, but also work on to address our many shortcomings and our many challenges that we still have to achieve.
Some residents are frustrated over the recent outcome, expressing lingering questions about Worley's time as acting commissioner and the department's reputation. Olivia Dance joins us with more on those confirmation hearings and the community's frustration.
Well, this matter now moves to the full City Council for a final vote, and that's happening on October 2nd. But this morning, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley is one step closer to becoming the permanent leader of the Baltimore Police Department. Now, during City Council's Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee meeting last night, the 6 committee members voted unanimously to confirm Worley's nomination. Worley is Mayor Brandon Scott's nominee to permanently lead BPD after stepping in when former Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down, abruptly announcing his resignation back in June. But opposition came during last night's public comments.
It's not that we don't trust him. We don't trust you. You haven't informed us enough. You haven't made us a part of the process. You act as if we don't care or our opinion doesn't matter.
Worley also faced many questions from City Council members, including how he will deal with bad cops. Worley said adding body-worn cameras is one step the department has taken to ensure integrity. And when speaking on why he got the vote, take a listen to what he said.
They know who I am. They know I'm straightforward. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I told them at the beginning of the Brooklyn day that we could have done better. That's just the way I've done things. I'm not going to say, if we make a mistake, I'm going to put it out there. We made a mistake, we have to fix it.
As you just heard, Worley referencing the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting, where the Baltimore Police Department released an after-action report admitting it made mistakes. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
One resident spoke out against Worley's nomination, bringing up the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the emotional testimony from Crystal Gonzalez during a hearing on the shooting earlier this month. She's the mother of Aaliyah Gonzalez, one of the 2 victims killed in the early morning hours of July 2nd. Now, this resident said if the council confirmed Worley, they would fail the Gonzalez family.
You are obviously disrespecting Ms. Gonzalez, who lost her daughter in Brooklyn Homes when nobody responded, when Foxtrot knew, when 911 calls were going out, when people knew what was going on.
Well, he was referencing the part of Gonzalez's testimony where she expressed her frustration with Baltimore's police department's response to the shooting, including the 911 calls about the party made earlier in the night and Foxtrot flying overhead, but reporting that everything looked normal.
Knowing that Foxtrot, I now know the name, a helicopter who's hundreds of feet in the air, will tell you as they look down from hundreds of feet in the air that everything looks normal. What's your normal? I challenge you, what is your normal?
During multiple hearings, Worley told City Council members his department ignored some warning signs that could have done more to prevent this shooting. And this brings us to our question of the day. Do you blame police leadership for the Brooklyn Day mass shooting? As you see on the bottom of your screen right there, so far 90% of people who have voted say no. If you'd like to make your voice heard, you can head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote right now.
Now, during the confirmation hearing, City Council members asked Worley about the rise in car thefts in Baltimore City. Nearly 8,000 cars have been stolen this year so far. From the 9th through the 16th of this month, 292 cars stolen That's more than 41 thefts each day. Now, many city leaders believe Hyundais and Kias need security updates after an online trend revealed how easy it is to steal them. Worley says those cars make up a small percentage of the total stolen.
Hyundais and Kias are only about 33% of the stolen autos. It's another 67% of other vehicles that are being stolen. And what we're finding is that we continue to arrest young people over and over again for these stolen autos. So that's the biggest push, is that we have to hold the young people accountable.
Well, again, Worley said those cars represent just a third of the cars stolen in Baltimore. However, and that goes against what we've heard from Mayor Brandon Scott in the past. He's put the blame on car companies.
We know that auto thefts has been up not just in Baltimore but around the country. We know that it's been driven by a defect in Honda and Kias, and just one of our efforts of trying to prevent that is doing this a wheel lock giveaway or club giveaway, as we would say back in the day.
Now, the city is part of a lawsuit against Kia and Hyundai. FOX45 News has heard pushback on that, including from car theft victims who say city leaders should focus more on the people who steal the cars rather than the car companies. If you have a stolen car story or know someone who's been impacted by this spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Just scan that QR code on your screen and tell us what happened, or you can send us an email at news@foxbaltimore.com.
Well, the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee of the Baltimore City Council votes to confirm James Wallace as the city's next fire chief. Council members questioning Wallace about EMS response times and how the department handles fires in vacant homes, among some other things. The hearing lasted less than an hour and ended in a unanimous vote to confirm Wallace.
Now, these confirmation hearings come after both the police and fire departments went months without permanent leadership. But they are not only the only ones without permanent leaders right now. The others include the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Department of Public Works. A taxpayer advocate says organizations will not see long-term success if the person running them is only there for a few months at a time. You can find more on his comments and the vacancies at foxbaltimore.com.
And again, the nominations for Acting Police Commissioner Worley and Acting Fire Chief Wallace will now go to the full City Council for a final vote. Next City Council meeting held October 2nd. Fox 45 News will continue following this process and keep you updated on air and online.
If we don't start getting children when they're younger doing crimes, they're just going to escalate. They're going to put them in places where they learn to do more things and get better at whatever it is crime they're trying to do.
Now, continuing coverage of the carjackings across the state, Anne Arundel County Police say 4 teens allegedly went up to a woman's car in a giant parking lot in Glen Burnie, demanding money and a ride to Baltimore. That woman refused.
Well, police say one of the teens then pulled a knife out, pushing the woman into her car, forcing her to drive them to the city. Then when they arrived, the woman pulled out her own knife, at which point the teens ran away. A different woman who works nearby and did not want to show her face on camera says she may have come face to face with the suspects.
I remember seeing a tall guy. He was like 14 maybe, like 12, 10. They were like short, so I remember they were young.
Anne Arundel County Police have described the youngest suspect as not even old enough for middle school. Police are still searching for them.
9:09 on this Friday, and what are you doing this weekend? It all may come down to what our meteorologist has to say.
It certainly will, because rain, I don't know, I want to do Artscape, but probably tonight, right?
Yeah,
tonight might be the night.
Exactly. We're good to go today. I mean, it's going to be windy this afternoon, so things that you do want to do this weekend, like Artscape, which is going on all weekend, Saturday and Sunday just not really happening. I mean, we're supposed to go to the Ren Fest this weekend. I don't know. It's going to be pretty muddy there, I'm sure, even if it's not raining, but I don't know. I still want the meat and the turkey leg. So we're looking at our live cam here in downtown Baltimore. That's Fed Hill. You can see that flag flapping around a little bit. Starting to pick up some of the breezes, and we'll see that wind increase as we get into the afternoon. The center of this system is still about 250 miles south of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, but already seen the outer bands there. Now, this system, whether or not it's tropical or not, will have tropical storm characteristics with this storm as it moves closer to us. So even if we don't get it to be named Ophelia, we're still going to have to deal with all of the wind and the rain from from that. That's why we're weather alert for tomorrow. But upper 50s right now in Owings Mills and Cockeysville, 65 Baltimore City, 62 Rosedale, Essex Middle River, you're at 61, and lower 60s in Brooklyn Park. Next couple of hours, get the yard work and the gardening done. Maybe get the grass cut so Mother Nature can do the watering this weekend. But again, if those big plants, maybe if they're a little tender, bring them inside so you don't get them blown over tomorrow with that wind that is going to be here. Upper 70s through the afternoon. We'll drop to about 61 tonight, and we barely get out of the 60s tomorrow. In fact, most of us will stay in those mid to upper 60s. That cooler air in place with the wind and the rain will be around on that first day of autumn. It starts early tomorrow morning. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about some drier conditions ahead as we get into next week and as the O's get back to town as well.
Well, let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network on this last day of summer. Yes, if you have about 3 hours, you want to go down the ocean, leave now, make it there for lunchtime at noon. Here, taking a live look over the Bay Bridge, and it is wide open from Baltimore to 68th Street, right there in Ocean City.
The House still has no deal in place to avoid an impending government shutdown. Up next, why a push for more money to Ukraine could be standing in the way.
And in our next half hour, Baltimore's population continues dropping, but the cost of running the government is reportedly increasing, while the number of employees in City Hall is now raising concerns. 9/11's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all morning. Developing now, the House of Representatives left for the weekend with no deal in place. Lawmakers failing for the second time this week to agree to a spending plan for the federal government and avoid a shutdown.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill this morning. Now, Kayla, what was the snag this time around?
So, Taylor, 5 Republicans joined Democrats to sink this deal. This time it was over rules for the defense spending bill. And the failure appears to have come as a surprise to Republicans who emerged from a closed-door meeting confident they were making progress towards a temporary funding solution. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy had proposed a 31-day continuing resolution which would fund the government temporarily and avoid a shutdown. with lower spending levels and border security in place. But in the end, McCarthy could not get enough Republicans to agree to it. Some Senate Republicans think McCarthy might now have to turn to House Democrats for votes if he can't get enough Republicans to agree to a continuing resolution.
Kayla, another sticking point we need to talk about in the negotiations, sending more money to Ukraine.
Yeah, Tom. So Democrats want to attach the new Ukraine funding to a spending bill that would keep the government from a shutdown. A group of both GOP representatives and GOP senators now demanding to know where the $113 billion already sent to Ukraine has gone. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was in Washington yesterday, where he met with the White House and addressed the Senate as well. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy denied Zelensky's request to speak to the entire House and instead met with him personally. President Biden wants Congress to approve another $24 billion. In the meantime, President Biden yesterday did announce a separate $325 million aid package. Tom, Taylor.
All right, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins, thank you.
9:16, and we see weather alert. You're thinking probably not today. If you're just tuning in right now, it really times out over the weekend.
That's right. So it's probably best to get outdoors now early and maybe tonight, because meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let you know it's not going to stick around like that.
Well, yeah, and exactly. That game that's coming up on Sunday afternoon for the Ravens. If you're going to be tailgating or out and about here, maybe just watching the game, going to the game, maybe you got an outdoor party plan, probably going to have to deal with some rain. And still the wind actually hanging around. Some of the models now want to bring in more rain kind of on the backside of that system through Sunday morning into the afternoon. So earlier we're talking about just a few leftover scattered showers, but we actually might get more rain on Sunday than we'll get on Saturday. So it just depends on how this plays out. You know, Mother Nature, very tricky, and we try to give you the best possible scenarios. Either way, all of us will be impacted with the wind and the rain, at least in some form, tomorrow or Sunday. 65 your temperature right now, BWI Thurgood Marshall. Already seen a northeast wind about 11 to 15 miles an hour. So the weather alert day is for Saturday's storm, the heavy rain and wind. Coastal flooding, not only for the eastern shore, but all of us who live along the Chesapeake with those steady rain showers, 1 to 2 inch rainfall. Some areas could see 3 inches or more, and the wind gusts 25, 35, even 40 miles an hour. So here's this area of low pressure. It is officially called a potential tropical cyclone 16, not named Ophelia yet. We do have tropical storm warnings, though, for all of southern Maryland, all of the eastern shore, down through Virginia and the Carolinas. That's because we will get tropical storm-like conditions in those areas. And the gale warning continues for the Chesapeake, starts tomorrow morning. Basically this afternoon, we're already going to see that wind pick up, and it stays with us through Sunday early. We have wind advisories posted now for Anne Arundel County, all of Baltimore City, southern Baltimore County, and Harford County. The wind advisory starts at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, going through about 6 o'clock tomorrow night. So that wind, if the rain doesn't get you, the wind is going to get you. Our 50-mile-an-hour winds is what we're seeing right now, the sustained winds from this potential tropical cyclone. So maybe we'll get a little bit tropical by the time we get in the next couple of hours, some of the warmer water before it makes landfall early tomorrow morning. But no matter what that storm is called or what type of a storm it is, we are getting wind and rain, and it's coming right up the Chesapeake into our region by the time we get into Sunday afternoon. Should be out of here by Sunday evening. In terms of our storm surge potential, all of the areas here in blue, which includes all of us in Baltimore and along the Chesapeake out toward the eastern shore, in that 1 to 3 foot potential for that storm surge, with 2 to 4 feet potential a little bit farther to the south down through Virginia Beach and the southern end of the Chesapeake. Here's the latest look at our future scan. Our Friday afternoon into the evening will stay dry, but 6, 7, 8 o'clock is when some of those showers will start to move in. Most of the heavy rain is late Friday night into early Saturday morning. Then as we get to a Saturday about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, we'll wake up to some of those heavier rain showers. A bit of a break here between about 8 and 11, but here comes more of that rain tomorrow afternoon. That 1 to 4 p.m. time frame will be the heaviest rain that we'll see. We get another break here, and then into Saturday evening, that rain will continue. That second round or third, fourth, fifth round, whatever you want to call it, on Sunday morning is going to be moving through as well as that system kind of pivots out toward the east. So that's what we're tracking. Now let's talk about some of those rainfall totals, which have been updated or elevated since we joined you earlier this morning. Now most of us will see that kind of widespread 1.5 to 2 inches in terms of your rainfall for Westminster and Cockeysville down into Columbia and Baltimore City. Eastern Shore also getting that 1 to 2 inches, possibly 3 inches for some. Here's a look at the easterly wind, and that future scan coming through will show those winds coming into the east here for today, and then more of the northeasterly wind for tomorrow. The strongest wind, 30 to 40 miles an hour, will be tomorrow afternoon and even into Sunday. And then that wind is actually going to shift, and as that low slides off, we'll see more of a southerly wind coming in behind that by Sunday morning into the afternoon. So either way, we're keeping our eyes on that. If you do want to get a round of golf in, you can do that today, but we're probably still going to be at least a 1 or 2 club wind for the afternoon as the wind starts to pick up ahead of this next weather maker. So weather alert day all day tomorrow. Temperatures only in the upper 60s, right about 70 on Sunday. Then we're back to the mid 70s, drier conditions next week, especially as the O's come back to town on Tuesday night.
All right, sounds good. Let's check your Len Stoller traffic network. We are seeing a bit of a slowdown right here on this stretch of 895, but no other incidents to report. We'll keep you updated.
Fox 45 is your home for college football from now until the end of the season. Coming up, what teams you can watch all day this weekend.
And we're at Dunbar High School. As you can see, their pep rally is in full effect. It's the first one of the year. Coming up, we'll talk to some athletes. Coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
(924) Balancing books and brawn, schoolwork and sports can create a difficult scale.
Well, Mark Clark is live at Dunbar High School with what it takes to be a student athlete. Good morning, Mark. The pep rally's underway.
And we're at Dunbar High School. Obviously, this is the first pep rally of the year, and I'm with the superstar athletes. What's your name in your sport?
My name is Sebastian Harris. I play soccer.
What's your name in your sport?
I'm Neve, and I play volleyball.
Awesome. Your name in your sport?
Antonio Line, football.
And your name in your sport?
Kevin Aguilar, varsity men's soccer.
I love it. And so obviously, this is the first pep rally of the season. You know, great way to kick off the season. Are you fired up about this year?
Oh, yes, I'm ready. I'm ready.
What are you ready for? excited about this year?
I'm excited about going back to the state championship this year.
Come on now. And what are you excited about this year?
I'm excited about proving a lot of people wrong this season. I think my soccer team got what it takes. We got a lot of hard opponents, but I think we can beat them.
All right, a vendetta. Okay, so as you can see, the young people are excited, Dunbar's excited, and they say it's going to be a winning season here at Dunbar.
I love all the excitement too. I mean, that's good. Revenge and vendettas. That's
Revenge, vendettas. I mean, we got some dancing. I'm into this. Go ahead, Dunbar.
If you'd like some more information about Dunbar High School sports, well, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
All right, we are on weather alert this morning, preparing for a potential tropical cyclone. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when the worst of the rain is expected to hit.
Baltimore's population has decreased, but the number of city employees has increased. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about why this is raising concerns.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning. We are on weather alert. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we're on weather alert really because of what's happening overnight and then all day tomorrow.
We got to get ready for it. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our forecast.
Yeah, Saturday, Sunday, to later tonight. I mean, it's going to be basically most of the weekend that will be impacted with this storm, and the people impacted is pretty much, if you can hear my voice, it's all of us here in the Baltimore region out toward the eastern shore as well. Everything looks great right now. You can kind of see the bottom right corner of your screen. Camden Yards, where the O's will be back on Tuesday. I know they didn't get the win last night. It's still 3 more games against Cleveland. Got to get that bullpen rest. Got to get the rested players there so we can have a nice long playoff run. Tracking Saturday's storm is why we are weather alert. The heavy rain and wind and coastal flooding that is possible, all because of this right here, that area of low pressure that's still off the North Carolina coast, but making its way north. It's moving north at about 14 miles an hour. So it's coming, and it's going to be tracking right up into southern Virginia, eventually into the mouth of the Chesapeake and right into our region and our neighborhood. So up upper 60s and lower 70s next couple of hours. Out for a run or a jog, you are good to go. And today, for the most part, it's not going to be bad. Upper 70s. We will see the wind pick up later this afternoon. Lots of wind and rain tomorrow, and temps only in the 60s. And then we only get to about 70 on Sunday, still with some leftover rain as well. We're back with your full forecast. We'll take you through the very latest model runs and what you need to do to prepare for this next weather maker. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and looking at the Tidings Bridge. And look at this. Yeah, like a retro filter on that. There was a disabled vehicle blocking the right corner right before you headed down south on the Tidings Bridge on 95, but it looks like they got cleared up. And yeah, now we're just checking out the nice little filter, or maybe a little bit of dirt, okay, on the lens. Either way, looks pretty cool.
It is time for Maryland's juvenile justice system to focus more on care, not cages.
For kids who are first-time offenders or encountering the system for the first time, the number one way to ensure they'll come back is to put them in a cell.
Continuing coverage this morning on the juvenile crime crisis.
Last year, the state passed 2 laws touted as ways to keep kids away from the juvenile justice system. Proponents of the measure testified last year the system would be less burdened if offenders under the age of 13 were not criminally charged.
Defense attorney Roya Hanna, who is familiar with DJS, says the laws are actually hurting kids in the long run.
That really does them a disservice because now, instead of addressing the problem when they're 12 or 13, they wait till it's 16 or 17 and the problem has really become exacerbated and turned into much bigger issues. They didn't take the time to get the data that they needed and really examine what was actually happening in the juvenile system.
Now, a dozen top prosecutors across Maryland are calling for changes to the juvenile justice system. Those prosecutors represent around 5 million people and nearly 82% of Maryland's population.
Plus, police across the state are now voicing their concerns about the way juveniles react when they are arrested and accused of committing crime. Officers saying young people just don't fear any consequences.
Kids get out of the car, and the minute you stop them and you pull them aside, the first thing they say to you is, "Are you going to call my mother?" Because they know they're not, they know they're underage and they know they can't get in trouble.
You know, I've been out on patrol many a times and I've gotten the same reaction from juveniles over and over again, which is, well, I'm a juvenile, you can't do anything.
Earlier this week, we asked if you trust the state legislature to pass laws that protect your safety. 94% of people who responded said no. Fox 45 News will continue to demand accountability from lawmakers regarding the juvenile crime crisis. Our extensive reporting on the issue is available right now at foxbaltimore.com.
House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson, they're 2 of the most powerful lawmakers in Annapolis. If you would like to talk to them about juvenile justice laws, we have their phone numbers and email addresses right there on the screen above their pictures. You can also find their contact information on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Turning now to a city in crisis, Baltimore's population continues to drop. Over the last 12 years, we've seen a decrease of 8%, but we are continually seeing the cost of running city government increasing. Olivia Dance joining us with some new findings about the number of employees inside City Hall and why that's raising concerns.
So from 2013 to last year, the number of general government employees has increased nearly 20%. And Uripsy Morgan, who is a community activist, says given the city's track record with subpar services, residents aren't seeing the full potential of their tax dollars.
I don't think that residents are getting not even a bang for their buck. They're not even getting the services that they need. When we hire employees, we expect them to do the job. And I think it'd be very difficult to find people who at this time, residents, right, contractors, people who work with city government, who will tell you that they are finding it easy to work within the city government.
So let's take a look at the numbers. According to the 2022 annual financial report, even with people leaving Baltimore, 1,674 people were on the city's payroll as general government workers back in 2013. And last year in 2022, that number was 2,005 people. That's just under a 20% increase, even though the city's population as of July 1st, 2022 was more than 52,000 people fewer than in 2013. The cost for general government increasing almost 45% in the same time frame, despite general revenues increasing only 8%. Fox 45 News questioning Mayor Brandon Scott on why the number of city employees is increasing. The mayor's office says it's just because of reclassification of positions, pushing back on the premise that City Hall is growing, telling us in a statement that the number of all government employees is down to 13,747 compared to the 14,764 in 2013. But again, the number of general government employees remains higher than it did nearly a decade ago. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
All right, thanks, Olivia. In West Baltimore, police are now investigating two double shootings. Around 2 p.m. yesterday, police say a 24-year-old and a 30-year-old were shot on Mosher Street. About 40 minutes earlier, an 18-year-old and a 49-year-old were shot on West Hoffman Street. Now, none of the victims have life-threatening injuries. Anyone with information is asked to contact Metro Crime Stoppers.
Elsewhere in the city, 22-year-old Malik Alford has been charged with attempted murder following a shooting in Jamestown Court in southwest Baltimore. And police say Tuesday, the 25-year-old man was shot and taken to the hospital. Alford was arrested and taken to central booking.
Now, Johns Hopkins University is releasing a draft of its proposed policies for its independent police force. The new private force would have jurisdiction within each of the university's 3 Baltimore campuses. Supporters say private police will increase safety, take some pressure off of BPD, while opponents say they're concerned about over-policing people of color in campus and surrounding neighborhoods. You can find more on this proposal online at foxbaltimore.com.
9:36 and making your headlines, the governor of Hawaii says the state is moving forward following the devastating wildfires on Maui. Starting Monday, officials will be allowing some people go back to their properties in Lahaina. And Governor Josh Green has noted a lot of the ground is still covered in ash. You see some of the images here, just incredible. And people will be asked to wear protective gear. The governor also announcing West Maui will reopen for tourism October 8th. Some great news there. He says the move will help speed up recovery, emphasizing those who have lost their homes will be treated with compassion.
We're going to make sure that they have spaces to stay and not get displaced. But we have to start. And so I think October will be a very slow month, which it is automatically in Hawaii. And I think by the time we get to Thanksgiving and Christmas, people will be grateful that we have enough revenue to keep them in their jobs, pay for the school we have to build.
Reopening will mark 2 months since the devastating fires. According to the governor, of the 97 people who were killed, 80 individuals have so far been identified.
It is World Car Free Day, and the MTA is helping residents take advantage of it. How you can get around this city this weekend for free.
We are weather alert today with heavy rain, damaging winds moving into our area a little bit later on. Look at that system right here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your weekend forecast. That's coming up 9:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
All right, taking a look at today's headlines, it's World Car Free Day. And to celebrate, the Maryland Department of Transportation and the Transit Administration is offering free rides on the bus, light rail, metro, subway, MARC, commuter bus, and mobility service today through Sunday. And get this, Artscape kicks off this weekend. DJ Pee Wee, better known as the Grammy-nominated artist Anderson .Paak, he's going to headline tonight. The festival starts at 5 and goes until 10 p.m.
Well, this guy isn't exactly a moose. Your morning won't be so rocky with this adorable boxer. Katie Haynes is joining us from the Maryland SPCA, and this is Bullwinkle. Hey, Bullwinkle.
Yeah, good morning. This is Bullwinkle. Bullwinkle is about 9 years old. Okay. He came in as a stray, so we really don't know a lot about him. Someone found him wandering the streets of Baltimore, so... Yeah.
Any idea if he's good with kids or other animals? Have you done any tests yet with him?
We haven't. Okay. I know he can go home with kids. He's very, very gentle. Okay. With him being about 9 years old, he's pretty calm, great on walks, great in the car, and he's just really looking for someone to give him a lot of that love and affection.
Yeah, just comes right in and flops himself right against your leg here.
Does.
Just really wants the attention right here. And perfect size. I mean, he doesn't look that, what, 50 pounder, maybe?
Yep. Yeah, just about 50 pounds. 50 pounds of love, too. He definitely needs a comfy couch to lay on. Just really, really sweet. He knows sit already. He's definitely treat motivated. He loves his snacks.
That's great. Yeah. One real test for him. Let's see exactly what he's like. Bullwinkle, squirrel. Squirrel. Yeah, so he's fine with animals then. See, he didn't go with it. Yeah, moose and squirrel. I got you, Bullwinkle. One last thing. You have an event, right?
Yeah, I just want to give an update on that event. We actually have to cancel the event for the safety of the staff, volunteers, and the visitors coming. So the Festival for the Animals is canceled.
Okay. I'm sorry.
This is our biggest fundraiser of the year, so we're definitely gutted to have to cancel it. So
we can still go to SPCA.com for the Maryland SPCA and donate there.
Please support us. Yes, we would absolutely love that. Visit our website, mdspca.org, and support our cause.
Yeah, we blame the meteorologists. I mean, we all are there. Yeah. We know it. It's their fault, right? We all know that. My goodness, why do the meteorologists not like animals? This was a big fundraiser here. I was expecting to hear something from Justin from the back, but he didn't hear me, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, anyway. All right, well, Bullwinkle's ready for pickup. Yes. And, of course, whenever you need to, if you want to, donate to the SPCA Maryland and head over to their website. Make sure that you give them a donation because they do so much for the animals all year round.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Katie Haynes, for coming in. Thank you, Bullwinkle. We'll see you, buddy. Yeah, still doesn't mind squirrels.
The Jonas Brothers are gearing up to set this party off, where you can catch them tonight in Charm City.
And the Ravens taking on the Colts this Sunday, M&T Bank Stadium, when you can see the party and catch this weekend's NFL action right here on Fox 45. 9:45 on this Friday morning, and this week on Full Measure, former President Donald Trump continues campaigning for his presidency.
Right now, he's neck and neck with President Joe Biden and far outpaces the rest of the candidates in the GOP field, even while facing a mountain of criminal charges. Now, this week on Full Measure, Cheryl Atkinson brings us the next in her series of interviews with presidential candidates. Good morning to you. She joins us now with that preview.
Good morning. I try to ask a wide range of interesting questions, such as what would Donald Trump do about COVID differently with the benefit of hindsight? I asked him about a plan that's different since he ran for election last time. He not only says he's going to shore up the border again if reelected, but he's going to address the millions who are coming across the border right now illegally under President Biden. He says he will identify and round up the illegal immigrants and conduct mass deportations. I also asked things like what he thinks about the Democrat guy running for running for president, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., as well as if he thinks he's going to go to prison, meaning Donald Trump, and whether he would pardon Hunter Biden. So that's next in our series of interviews.
Yeah, great questions right there, Cheryl. You're also looking into an old and controversial practice members of Congress have revived. Tell us about that.
Well, this is earmarking, and I started reporting on earmarks about 20 years ago. This is when members of Congress take our federal taxpayer money and spend it on a pet project in their home district that benefits maybe only a few people that happen to be donors of theirs. The controversial practice was banned, at least temporarily, and members in both Democrat and Republican Party blamed or credited my reporting for prompting that ban some time ago. Well, now earmarks are back in a big way, and Sunday on Full Measure, I'll have the latest totals and tell what Congress is up to.
All right. Cheryl Atkinson, thank you so much for joining us.
And you can watch Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson right here. Fox 45 airs Sunday mornings at 10 and then again Sunday night at 11. And for a behind-the-scenes look at Cheryl's stories and investigations, look up the podcast Full Measure After Hours wherever you like to listen to your podcasts.
All right, we're on weather alert. We want to get right on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because right now, not the case, but we're preparing.
Yeah, and how has nobody told me that it's the Jonas Brothers concert tonight? Well, I can't believe. I forgot about that.
I know. You just saw that. Jonas Brothers tonight. There's also the big Dill that's happening this weekend.
And Artscape, too, guys.
And Artscape.
You know, that in Ravens game Sunday, so they're all impacted with the weather. And again, today is going to be the best day of the three because we won't have rain. Not until this evening. Late tonight is really when that rain moves in. The wind is already going to pick up as we look out over our Taos camera. We're seeing not too bad conditions. We've got some of the high, thin clouds that are kind of hanging around right now. On our weather alert day, tracking Saturday's storms. Now, heavy rain and wind, coastal flooding possible. This is not a robot talking, going beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. It is me saying that there are things happening this weekend, and that's what we're here for, tracking it with our weather alert day. Steady rain showers, 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. Some spots could see upwards of 3 inches of rain, and those wind gusts at 25 to 35 miles an hour plus. Now, here's a look at the HD radar. This is where this area of low pressure is, off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, about 250 miles south of that. The center of the storm is still getting its act together here. We still have that circulation and 50-mile-an-hour winds, but because it's so far north, it's not necessarily tropical in nature, even though we've got tropical storm characteristics that all of us are going to have to deal with, especially the eastern shore. All of the areas here in red, we're talking to you in Dorchester County, Wacomico County, as well as Worcester County, and also Charles County and Calvert County and St. Mary's County in those tropical storm warnings. Now, we have the gale warning for the Chesapeake Bay, so not a day to be on the water tomorrow. And then wind advisories, Anne Arundel, southern Baltimore, Baltimore City, southern Harford County. This is starting tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, goes until tomorrow night as that wind comes in. So here's the track. It's still not named Ophelia and may not even get the name Ophelia, but either way, 50 and 60 mile an hour winds as it makes its way toward the Carolina coast early tomorrow morning. Then that track takes it into southern Virginia by Saturday afternoon, right up the mouth of the Chesapeake as we get into Sunday morning, and Sunday afternoon still could be tropical depression-like right over the top of us. Now, in terms of our potential storm surge, look at this. All of the areas here in blue, 1 to 3 feet possible in that inundation of the water. So all of these low-lying areas, especially around Annapolis and even down through Fells and the eastern shore, Kent Island, That's when we have that 1 to 3 foot surge that's going to be possible with this storm. Let's put this thing into motion. This is our future scan. Again, into the afternoon and evening, we're dry, but it's overnight tonight that the rain rolls in. More of that rain early tomorrow morning. We get a bit of a break in the middle part of the morning, but this is about 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon and into the evening time. That moderate to heavy rain is going to be with us, and the wind as well, even into Saturday night. Sunday morning, well, we were supposed to go to Renfest this weekend. Going to be a little bit muddy out there. I don't know if that'll happen, but either way, same thing for you and your outdoor plans. Probably want to do more indoor stuff only because of the wind and rain that's with us. So here's that 7-day forecast. Upper 70s today. We're only going to get to the 60s tomorrow on our weather alert day. And then notice on Sunday, we're right about 70 for the Ravens game. Get the rain gear ready to go if you're tailgating. Drier conditions, much nicer for that first week of fall next week.
All right, topping your entertainment news, a boy band is burning up in Baltimore. The Jonas Brothers take the stage tonight at the CFG Bank Arena. That starts at 7 o'clock. Tickets, you can buy them right now here on Ticketmaster.
I guess that's what Justin is doing right now. If the Jonas Brothers are not your thing, we've got something else that you can catch this weekend, and we're talking about college football. It airs right here, Fox 45, and it's happening tomorrow morning starting at 10. Big noon kickoff or cook-off is bringing you everything you need to know about college football from the Big 12, the Big 10, Pac-12 conferences. At noon, Oklahoma and Cincinnati go head-to-head in Ohio. Then at 3:30, UCLA, Utah face-off, followed by Oregon State and Washington State at 7, and then close out the college football this Saturday, USC, Arizona State kicking off at 10:30. Then why not just stay up all night? Because Sunday, you can be sure to keep it right here on right at Fox 45 after your weekend news, because at 1 o'clock, you can see the New Orleans Saints squaring off against Green Bay Packers at Lambeau Field. At 4:25, Chicago Bears will be taking a trip to Kansas to battle Patrick Mahomes and Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead. And you can watch all the action right here on Fox 45. Plus, the Ravens go for a 3-0 on this season as they're squaring off against the Colts Sunday afternoon. That game starts at 1, and that is on CBS.
And we're on weather alert mode today with potential for severe rain this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the exclusive 10-day that's just ahead.